Robbie White. Big booming drive, but hung up outside the off stump by Klaassen.
But good bowling from Klaassen. He's looking primarily to bring the ball back with his left arm in swingers towards the pads of White, but occasionally it's clever just to hold the ball further outside the off stump and try and drag the hands away from the body and entice the edge. Here is Klaassen, blocked into the offside. That was the in-swinger at the stumps, and rolls out to Joe Denley at mid-off.
Gwen in touch on Twitter. Afternoon all. Yeah, it is afternoon. Well, 12:15 now. Given the time already out of the game, Kent need quick wickets, but just as importantly, they'll need to score quick runs. Good scenario for the likes of Denley and Billings. Billings, of course, next man in last week, didn't get a bat. Had to watch on as that record partnership was put on by Cox and Leading.
He sent a very funny tweet out as well as he was waiting to bat, something about pad rash. Klaassen in. Blocked to Kadri at point, dot ball.
Yeah, it was something like, anyone know of a cure for pad rash, asking for a friend.
Got about 1,000 likes and 500 retweets or something. But I reckon the whole world would have been watching on, the whole cricketing world watching on as Jordan Cox, a 19-year-old, was racking up those runs. And
yeah, I saw kind of the reports of it, at least, on the Cricket Australia website, making some headlines.
Let's not forget Jack Leaning's wonderful innings as well. Blocked into the offside. Straight at Joe Denley. Dot ball, ended the over 59 for 3. And as soon as Jack Leaning came off the park in that innings, he pulled off an absolute blinder at second slip, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It was Salt. He was the first man out for Sussex. It was a quite aggressive drive, high above his head. Caught it with two hands and very much set Kent on the way to wrap up the win inside 3 days, that catch. It really was some excellent work from Leaning, who's in the slip cordon alongside Sam Billings and Marcus O'Riordan, and Drummond at gully, Kadri at point, Denley at mid-off, Podmore currently on the field at mid-on, Mills at mid-wicket, and Klaassen down at long leg for Grant Stewart, who's going to bowl to Martin Anderson. Swinging delivery outside the off stump, which Anderson just plays inside the line of. Just having a little look at his recent form, and Kevin talking about how he's impressed so far in this slot in the batting order. 92 last week at Radlett, and then got a half century at the Oval against Surrey as well the week prior. So a good bit of nick. Martin Anderson as he waits for Grant Stewart. Beauty of a delivery on a length, swinging away. Very tight line to off stump.
Yeah, I think Sam Billings enjoyed that at first slip. Big round of applause for Grant Stewart. Kent just need to go up another level here. It's so crucial for them that they pick up another wicket soon. Really good opportunity for them to get it deep into this Middlesex middle order.
Yeah, certainly conditions favourable to the bowlers at the moment. This ball is 29, almost 30 overs old, but it's still swinging big out there at the moment. Here's Stewart again. Defended out towards point by Anderson. Kadri comes in and does the fielding. A few times so far in the first couple of games, when we've been talking about Hamidullah Kadri, we've had a few correspondents email and tweet in and say, I thought you said Cowdrey there, I thought he'd come out of retirement. Cowdrey.
I can confirm I'm this side of the white line now. There.
Here comes Stewart in and bowling. Full delivery on the pads. That one didn't swing actually, and it'll be a leg by down towards Klaassen. Umpire Long just taps his thigh to indicate it. Aaron Stevens is about to re-emerge.
I must say I haven't seen a lot of Kadri since he moved to the Spitfire ground, but obviously he's a very, very fine fielder, as well as his spinners. The fact that Sam Billings puts him there in the cover region at point for most of the day.
He's a lively fielder. So far, perhaps haven't seen the best of what he can produce with the ball. And the Stewart is in, bowling, and White rather, plays this calmly out towards point. White, the man without the jumper on out there.
So what have you made of the structure of the Bob Willis Trophy then, Ben? What's your take on it?
I did see there was a which newspaper was it overnight saying this might well come back in 2021, which I'm not sure I'm a fan of. As Stewart is in again, pushed away out towards Gully. End of the over. Middlesex 60 for 3, made an over from Grant Stewart, 5 overs, none for 10. And it simply put, I'm not a fan of it, because I think the likes of Kent and Essex and Hampshire and some of the local sides, Surrey, Middlesex, they play each other loads anyway. Play each other loads in the because the one-day competitions are regionalised. So I actually would rather this 4-day competition was not regionalised in the same way, and therefore you'd see a bit more of some of the other counties and get some trips up north and just a bit more
travelling,
a bit more travel, a few more players that you get to watch, a bit more intrigue in that sense. Purely from that point of view is why it's necessary for this season, absolutely. But I wouldn't like to see it stay beyond that. But that's just my personal opinion.
60 for 3, Clarkson to Anderson, 3 slips in. Bad ball again from Clarkson, full toss outside the off stump, couple in the last 2 overs of those, and Anderson just managed to thick inside edge that into the leg side instead of punching it through the covers for 4 and getting off the mark.
But maybe that's just me wanting to hang out with Bob Hunt occasionally, and
what a character Bob is, right?
And some of our other colleagues that we get to hang out with and visit and work with.
Yeah, there's some great characters on the road for sure. It's been a privilege to commentate with some wonderful broadcasters up and down the country. Blocked into the offside, they're going to scamper through for 1. Kadri can't get round to cut it off, and Anderson is away.
Yeah, good batting. A couple of times we've seen Middlesex batsmen do that today, just play it into the offside in between point and mid-off. At the moment there's no fielder at cover, so that single is very much on.
Clarkson continuing to pitch the ball up. In these conditions you just have to find the right area, allow the wicket to do it for you. There's certainly enough purchase off the wicket for Clarkson. Blocked into the leg side to Daniel Bell-Drummond, dot ball. Yeah, it's not massive seam movement, it's slow seam movement, but there is enough there, and just have to stay patient if you're a Kent bowler. Bowl in partnerships, tie up both ends, get as boring as possible. That used to be the line that was used when I was playing at Kent. Be boring on a length and don't give the batsman anything.
I think just a further point on the competition after this delivery.
Clarkson in from the Nackington Road end, down the leg side on this occasion through to Ollie Robinson, 61 for 3.
I think what it has done in the early stages is, although admittedly in this group Essex are unbeaten so far and they were obviously the Division 1 champions last year, it is a little bit myth busting that there's this massive gap between Division 1 and 2, because the likes of Middlesex have got players and are capable of playing at that level up. They just haven't produced the consistency over the last couple of years to get themselves promoted.
Clarkson in again, blocked into the offside to Darren Stevens at mid-off.
So from that point of view, I think we've seen the likes of Leicestershire winning a couple of games.
Derbyshire have won a couple of games,
exactly.
this season.
We've seen other counties that in previous seasons have struggled a little bit in Division 2, beating sides that are in Division 1 of the county championship. So we saw Sussex beat Hampshire in the opening week as well, and so it gives opportunity for that.
Here is Clarkson again, punched through the offside. A full toss from Clarkson seems to be the one bad ball that he throws in and over, and that is dismissed by White, and that will settle him down a bit. He moves into double figures. End of the over, 65 for 3. Yeah,
that was the first time that a poor delivery from Clarkson was being punished by the Middlesex batsman, and the third full toss he's bowled, so just striving a little bit too much perhaps for that length. Darren Stevens is just warming up again, so perhaps we will be seeing him again shortly, as you indicated. Kent may well do chuck the ball back in his direction, Fabian, but for the moment Clarkson 5 overs, 1 for 11. That full toss just putting a little bit of a dampener on his figures, but White didn't try and overhit it. That was the key to that stroke. Just caressed it through the covers. Moves to 10. Anderson 1. That clever just tap and run single into the offside. That's a beauty though from Grant Stewart. almost turned Anderson around with the outswinger. I think Stevens, I would guess, is going to come on from the Nackington Road end. Clarkson, is he going to get one more over? Stevens at the moment limbering up quite forcefully, so perhaps Stevens will be on from the far end very shortly.
A few overs just before lunch, not ideal if you're a Middlesex batter. Want to try and make the break, and you have the wily Stevens take the ball for a couple of overs.
Stewart swinging it from this pavilion end. Slope helping him out as well. Excellent fielding by Joe Denley, as that one was punched nicely off the back foot by Anderson. Denley's only just come back onto the field after perhaps a comfort break, diving away to his right, which is a good sign from Kent's point of view that clearly there's not too many issues with the back that he's had problems with.
Just one more point on the Bob Willis Trophy. Of course, with less games in the Red Bull competition this year, it brings the sides who haven't traditionally sort of contended for titles, your Derbyshires, your Leicestershires, brings them right in contention and allows them to be aggressive against the top sides, and it's making for some really exciting cricket.
Stewart in and bowling, and again a quick tip and run into the offside. Denley, the man that's doing the fielding, but Anderson and White get home as it was thrown towards the wicket-keeper's end. I think the point you make about it being short in terms of games is a valid one as well, with the fact that, say for Surrey, who've lost their first two, because it's only two teams going through to a final, they're almost out of contention for that, because they've lost their first two games. So of course that's the nature of the summer that we're in, the fact that it's had to be shorter, whereas if you kept this format going forward, they'd play each other twice. As Stewart is in, again a swinging delivery, and White almost turned around completely there, was looking to play it leg side, and it swung back, originally going down the leg side and swung back towards the stumps, but played it softly into the offside in the end. Good examination at the moment for these two batsmen, two young players really. Anderson 23 years of age and White 24. On strike at the moment, Robbie White. Again a swinging delivery from Stewart, which is defended, nudged up towards Darren Stevens at mid-on. Kent with a couple of breakthroughs so far today. Eskenazi caught by Robinson, diving to his right, the keeper in front of first. Slip off Stevens and out for 9 when the score was on 32. Then Robson just chipping one up to mid-wicket off Clarkson, out for 36, and the score is 54. The pair at the crease have moved it to 66 for 3 as Stewart is in and bowling. Again a quick single into the covers, nicely played by Robbie White. Moves to 11. End of the over from Grant Stewart. Middlesex 67 for 3. Couple of minutes time we'll have a BBC Radio Kent update. After that we'll get Kevin Hand back on the mic as well prior to the lunch break.
Yeah, just in the last couple of overs, Middlesex have started to show that intent we were talking about half an hour ago, looking to rotate the strike, putting the bad ball away, although there haven't been many of them. Kent have been fairly disciplined on the whole this morning. Just the 2 wickets picked up for Kent, and the big one of Robson, of course, who've got to start, 36 for him. He will be so disappointed that he couldn't go on and make the most of that. His top score this season was scored today with that 36, and then he chipped the ball up to Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-wicket. Clarkson in, blocked into the leg side. A bit of extra bounce there again from Clarkson. There certainly is a length for him. And I'm surprised that Billings hasn't stuck Daniel Bell Drummond under the bat there at short leg. He did for a period of time to Robson, and he moved him out to short mid-wicket again.
That one, it looked as if maybe he reconsider that. It just does look a little bit darker out there at the moment, although the floodlights doing their job, but not too much so.
Clarkson to White, who's 11 not out, blocked into the offside to Kadri.
If that makes any sense, because of course if you start seeing shadows from the fielders, it means the floodlights are doing too much and overtaking the natural light, and that's when you see bad lights stop play even though the floodlights are on.
Now Ben, I can't read the future, but I think we're going to see some spin just by looking at Sam Billings' body language. I think he's told Grant Stewart to take a blow, and we're either going to see Kadri or Marcus O'Riordan from the pavilion end. That would be my guess. Here is Clarkson Full of a length, blotching to the offside, quick single. Good batting from White, who's looking a lot more busy, a lot more content at the crease. Scampers through for 169 for 3.
Yeah, it was Stevens that was the man warming up in the previous over, but Clarkson staying on at the Nackington Road end. You would have thought there'll be a double change soon. With these guys, Clarkson soon to have bowled 6 and Stewart having bowled 6. Yeah, we'll see a bit of spin. I'd have said the conditions as they are, and the ball's still doing a bit, you'd keep the seam on, but maybe just have a little go with, like you said, one of the 2 spinners they've got on offer prior to the lunch break. Anderson just fiddling with his gloves, ready to take strike now.
Clarkson again, bowling to Anderson, full of a length, punched straight at Joe Denley, who's fielded beautifully so far this morning, diving to his right, stops a certain boundary. Yeah, I don't know how old Joe Denley is now, early 30s, 34. For a 34-year-old, he's very, very nimble, isn't he? He's a 34-year-old in a 22-year-old's body, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, 34, and although England selectors or media might look on that as old, no reason why you're not in your physical peak at that age.
Clarkson again, left alone outside the off stump. Fair point, maybe I was doing him a little bit of an injustice, but he is a fantastic fielder, Joe Denley.
I mean, I was telling David Fulton yesterday, when Kevin and I were having a bit of a chat with him, that my physical peak was at least 6 years ago at 23, I think, but
you can always get that back there, a couple of months in the gym.
I went to the gym for the first time yesterday because we finished early. Managed to get in before it, because I go to one of those that's normally 24 hours, but at the moment they've got them on restricted hours. So I did manage to dive in after yesterday's early finish.
Clarkson again, caught and bowled another really loose shot. And Anderson has just chipped that straight back to Clarkson, and he picks up his second. 2 catches in front of the wicket. Robson first, Anderson second, and the score is 68 for 4.
Yeah, really similar dismissal really to the one that got Robson. It's a full delivery from Clarkson. Maybe just a touch of that extra bounce, and the ball's just ballooned up off the toe of the bat, and the Dutchman takes a fairly simple return chance, and Anderson goes for 2. Middlesex now 4 down, 68 on the board, and the Dutchman has got a couple of breakthroughs, and if they were thinking perhaps about Stevens from the Nackington Road end, the captain keeping Clarkson on has brought a bit of fruit for Kemp.
Yeah, the only thing in the defence of the Middlesex batsmen might be the fact the pitch is popping a little bit. There's a little bit of extra bounce, and they're just playing the ball a little bit earlier, and as a result just chipping the ball up in front of the wicket. But yeah, disappointing if you're a Middlesex supporter. They are 2 loose strokes, and they've cost 2 crucial wickets. And I think Darren Stevens is about to take the ball again at the pavilion end for another burst, and that's not what you want to see if you're walking and striding to the crease at 68 for 4.
It's the debutant as well, who's just coming to the crease, Kevin Hand, is it? Yeah, so for him, coming in on your first bow for Middlesex, up against someone of Darren Stevens' experience and calibre, it's going to be an examination for the young man. As it is White on strike for the start of this Stevens over. There's an update on the way for BBC Radio Kent after the trail I can hear in my headphones going on at the moment. But yes, Stevens, as you say, Fabian, back with ball in hand. 3 steps in play, in and bowled into Robbie White. Full delivery, White softly plays it into cover. There is a cover now. Beau Drummond's been taken out of gully, placed in between Denley and Kadri at point and mid-off. That update's on the way. Yeah, we've had an hour and a half's play despite the cloudy weather and the floodlights being on. We've been out there the whole time, and Kent have managed to pick up 3 wickets further to the one they got yesterday. Middlesex, the visitors, asked to bat first, by the Kent captain Sam Billings. They're 68 for 4. The Dutchman Freddie Klaassen has taken the last couple of wickets. One a moment ago. Anderson caught and bowled, chipping a full delivery back towards the bowler for an easy catch and out for 2. And then Robson out caught at mid-wicket just as one slapped away for 4 by White down towards point. He's on 16. Robson out for 36. Eskenazi, Darren Stevens' 800th career wicket. He went for 9, and the Mills getting Holden yesterday. So at the moment, Kent with the 1 point, bowling bonus point. Middlesex 72 for 4 as commentary continues online. Yeah, a little bit of width, and slapped away and timed well by White. He moves to 16. This is 50th delivery, which is left alone outside the off stump. Scuttles through at the end of the over. We'll get Kevin Hand back on.
Yeah, the only loose delivery Stevens has bowled this morning and got the treatment. If you're off line or if you're off length at about 72 to 73 miles an hour, you're going to be put away. The beauty of Stevens is he hardly bowls a bad ball.
3 slips in Stevens. Beautifully played, crunched off the back foot by Robbie White.
Well,
away for 4 more.
A rare sight, Ben. 2 bad balls in the same over from Darren Stevens, and they both got the treatment.
Yes, certainly have.
76 for 4. White will be over the moon that he's been able to pick up a couple of boundaries. 20 for him now. Three slips, point. Daniel Baldromada covered. Joe Denley at mid-off.
Stevens in a bowl in this one, left alone outside the off stump. End of the over. Middlesex 76 for 4. Thanks very much to Fabian Cowdrey, and we'll get Kevin Hand back in the hot seat for the final 23 minutes until the luncheon break. White there on 20, not out. Davis yet to face, yet to score. Klaassen's figures 2 for 12 now to continue at the Nackington Road end. Darren Stevens 1 for 22. Klaassen ready. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, BBC Sport Online. As Klaassen bowls a Yorker length delivery, which is nudged into the onside, and Davis scampers through for his opening run, gets off the mark, nicely played. Kevin Hand's back with us as well.
Hello, have you done your update yet? Or
I have. I'm going to give him the studio a ring.
I was keeping quiet because I wasn't sure. Not that I wasn't paying attention to your fabulous updates, Ben, sorry. Yeah, tough out there for Middlesex, just as we expected this morning. As here's Klaassen. Left arm over the wicket. Bowls, and White solidly behind this, defends back up the track. 3 slips, points, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wickets, orthodox mid-wickets, a little bit finer than usual, and long leg is Stewart's, but Klaassen, those 2 wickets. You wouldn't particularly say the ball stopped on it, it was shot error from Middlesex, with those clips back for caught and bowled, and caught in the onside. Robson and Anderson, who's a lovely driver of the ball, so he'll be disappointed as Klaassen bowls, and this is eased by White to point, and there's no run. I don't know, it's one of those situations that Anderson's actually banging form. Highest first class score last week, good 50 in the game at the start of the season, and perhaps just saw something that wasn't there and drove it straight back to the bowler. A massive disappointment for him. And for Middlesex, they held him back for number 5, which is where he's batted and scored those runs so far. Stuart Law last night said he really sees him as a genuine batsman. He's been a bowler who bats, as his Klaassen bowls and White defends into the onside to mid-wicket. He's been seen as, he's an 80 mile an hour bowler. So through youth ranks, he was always seen as, this boy's going to be a really fine youth bowling prospect. But actually Law thinks, no, he's the real deal with the bat. So to be a fourth seamer then for Middlesex, or a fifth seamer even on occasions this season, is a real bonus for them. But he genuinely sees him as a batsman. As here's a full ball from Clarkson. They look to drop a single just in front of point, not there for them. No run, you'd have heard screamed down the mic. They'll know each other well, these two, Davis and White, from plenty of second 11 cricket together. White's obviously a little bit of a senior statesman now for the second 11 in terms of being a 25-year-old player trying to break through. Massive, massive opportunity for him here. Clarkson hits the crease, bowls, and this ball's clipped in between the short mid-wicket and the slightly fine orthodox mid-wicket for a single. White's on to 21, Middlesex are on to 78 for 4. White will keep the strikes at the end of Clarkson's over. Davis has 1 from 1. White 21 from 57. But yeah, 3 wickets this morning, 20 minutes to lunch. Was it a 3-wicket morning? Yes, I think so. I think the bowling conditions are there for it. So, you know, do Middlesex need to beat themselves up too much over it? No. But again, you go back to the coach's mantra of, even when it's a bowler's morning, dig in, just dig in. Be 2 down at lunch, and you know, effectively they're 1 down, they're 1 ahead of what the coach would want from a session like this. So Middlesex obviously had that awkward start of losing Holden in a short passage yesterday, and then 3 this morning. Here comes Stevens, and this is a big test.
Here he is, in and bowling. Oh, inside edge onto the pad from White as he went back to that delivery that didn't particularly bounce from Stevens.
He's horrible, isn't he? Well, I mean, again, out of the hand, you're almost thinking that's shaping away. But White comes down. He's just got to come back off the seam, I think. And as you say, he didn't get up either, but White gets that little inside edge. I think it was the line, really, that troubled him, and then in coming back, it didn't get up.
Here he comes again, Darren Stevens. More on him in a moment, actually, as Fabian's pointed out. This one defended into the offside.
Oh, do we have to? I've heard enough about Stevens. He's a menace, look at him.
Certainly is. What a great man.
Yeah, it's a big old 18 minutes to lunch now, isn't it, with Stevens back on, just down below us. Milne's warming up.
In and bowling, Darren Stevens. Full delivery, edged, drops short of Sam Billings at first slip, and Ollie Robinson dived to his right and just couldn't quite reach it.
Yep, dropped just short. Yeah, you need that little bit of luck on days like this as a batsman, don't you? Eskenazi wasn't able to take his bit of luck with that drop catch, and Robson wasn't able to take his chance indeed with what we think was a very good LBW decision, maybe just going over, said Fabian. But can White ride his luck?
Stevens in and bowling. Back goes Robbie White playing defensively. Colin Jarman's been in touch on Twitter, says good to hear Fabian back on commentary duty. Any chance of a shout out for Darren Stevens, who's unveiled a memorial bench at the Spitfire ground in tribute of his late dad and fellow legend Bob, who sadly passed away a few weeks ago, and I'll read the little inscription that's on the bench as well, as Stevens is in and bowling. Left alone outside the off stump, it says Bob Stevens, 1954 to 2020, the biggest supporter of his son Steve-O. May all who sit here enjoy the game as much as he did throughout the years. And it was notable, there was a photo when Darren Stevens took 5 wickets last week, him holding the ball up and just pointing it at the sky, and I know he had a very close relationship with his dad as well. So yeah, thanks for that, Colin. Lovely touch. Here comes Darren Stevens again. White on 21. And playing this one defensively into the offside. End of the over, Middlesex 78 for 4. Another maiden from Stevens. We've also had a couple of emails in, kentcricket@gmail.com. Lily says, good afternoon, Ben, Kevin and Fabian. Listening as there's currently no play in the Yorkshire-Derbyshire game. Lily lives in Moulton, Yorkshire. She was amazed by the batting performance from Jack Leading last week. Also a fan of Fabian on commentary. Good to have him back with us. And then Mike Watkinson getting in touch because we were chatting about the format of this competition. Says there's 2 problems with using this format as a regular for the regular season. The first, even if you go home and away, you only get 10 games. So that takes even more first-class fixtures out of the calendar, which is not really something supporters necessarily want to see, although it might favour the counties and some of the workload on players and the schedulers as well. The second, he says, is regionalisation. How tedious would it be to keep playing the same teams year after year, never again play most of the counties? The ECB are going to keep 3 divisions, then they have to randomise in some fashion each year. I would echo the sentiment on the fact that you don't want to be playing the same teams all the time, year in, year out. You do want that little bit of variation. 78 for 4. Looks like Matt Milnes is going to come on for a burst at the Nackington Road end.
Right arm over the wicket, 4 slips go down, he bowls, and the left-handed Davis is forward, driving to mid-off. Watchfully so, no run. 78 for 4.
What do you reckon on this competition, Kevin? Format that, if it stayed, would you like to see it stay? Is it too soon to say?
What, so next year home and away, so it's 10 games. I mean, look, I spoke to Sam Robson, not really betraying anything, it was just a natter, it wasn't an on-the-record interview, but I remember it was either the back end of last season or the season before. Here's Milnes bowls outside of the off stump, it's left alone by Davis.
Because it was being talked of before, wasn't it?
Well,
3 divisions.
if you're just a first-class cricketer, as Robson is, he occasionally gets in the List A side, he's not going to get anywhere near the T20. And realistically, if he's in the List A side, that's because of a few absences. If you've only got a 10-game summer, as it is at 14, it's felt a bit light. I know that there have been a couple of seasons down the bounce where I've thought, you've had a couple of washouts, couple of heavily rain-affected draws. Here's Milnes, he's in, bowls, and this ball's along the floor, off the bottom edge of the bat. He was looking to leave it alone. Davis didn't get the bat fully up out of the way. It's taken that third slip, but all along the floor. I don't think it's enough. I just remember Robson getting to the end of that summer. Hey, Rob, and the two of us agreed. Is that it?
Yeah.
Was that the first-class summer? And I think that really has to be remembered in this country, why we play over 6 months. It's because of the weather. You can lose so much time. As Milnes comes in, bowls, and forward goes Davis, pushes away into the offside, and there's no run. And every summer's different, isn't it? But back to 2007, you were still playing, the full quota as it was then of championship games. 18 a season, wasn't it? 16 a season. I think it was 2007, virtually a whole washout the whole summer. And it was wretched, but you come down to a 10-game season and you're really running the risk in this country of losing considerable amounts of first-class cricket each summer.
That's a good point.
Here's Milnes, he's in, bowls, it's a beaut, that's an absolute beaut. It's just straightened off the surface, it looked as though it was shaping back in to Davis, but holds its line and across the left-hander. Belting delivery.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it?
Yeah, not much Davis can do about that. He's got to put it out of his mind. He spins the bat around in his gloves. White's down, dusting away at the surface with the bottom of his bat. Might just have had a little word to him. Hang in there, pal. 12 minutes to lunch. Milnes approaches again, bowls, and that one's fuller, angled across more so, a little bit wider and left alone. 78 for 4, another Milnes maiden. 12 overs, 1 for 23, 6 maidens for him. So it really worries me. It really, really worries me, a further reduction in the number of games, because even 14 at the moment, like I say, the last couple of years, it's just felt like, was that it? Was that the first-class summer? That's coming back from someone like Robson as well, who's opening the innings, so it's not even as though he's batting at 6 or 7, so he's lost a couple of innings there.
Yeah.
He's right there at the top, that every innings is available for Middlesex. I'd really, really warn against a further reduction for that reason. Look, I know that there is a heavy argument that the fewer games produces better quality, but my big, big, big concern about that is the weather. That you all of a sudden have your block of first-class games washed out, then...
Yeah, they're being played at the start of the season, aren't they? And as you say, that's when the weather is variable. Stevens is in from the pavilion end. Brighter here at Canterbury. This one's blocked into the offside. Floodlight's still on.
Yeah, and that's obviously producing quick cricket at the start of the summer. 2.5 day games.
Yeah.
Ball's doing a lot. They had the uncontested toss rule to try and even that out a bit. And again, that's not particularly helping the development of the longest format. That's been a big talking point for a while. So again, a further reduction.
Stevens again, full delivery, swinging on leg stump, but softly played and turned away for a single for White, who moves to 22. Middlesex 79 for 4.
I mean, let's not fool ourselves. A further reduction doesn't mean that these games are going to be played peak summer. They're still going to be played April and May.
Oh yeah.
And September, because you've got the Blast and the 100 to fit into the middle of the summer as well as this day. So yeah, I'd heavily warn against it. I mean, if David Townsend was here now, a big argument he'd put in as well is, you know, a big part of what cricket's about is community as well. And it's the English summer. You know, this is what we do.
Yeah.
You know, it's a 6-month summer, and we want to try and make the most of it, because we know there are days that are going to be rained off and washed out, and the punters will come and they'll sit in the rain and they'll rue the fact that they've lost their day's cricket.
Stevens bowls, slight change in the field. Edge drops short of Sam Billings at first, slip again.
They've both had a little bit of luck there now, Stevens, haven't they? Just dropping short. It was a desperate attempt by the keeper to get in front of Slip the last time. On this occasion it was Slip's line. It wasn't, maybe the keeper could have got involved, but it was bang down the middle of Slip. So it would have been a stunning catch if the keeper had got across to just grab that off the floor in front of him.
Billings just taking a step forward as Stevens in again to the left-hander. Davies defending this back towards him.
But yeah, and you've got to factor that in as well.
No, I think it's a valid point.
You know, you look at sport and all the other things, but there is a big part of it. You know, that this is part of our culture. It's part of communities, and you know, you don't throw it away lightly. It's a big pastime for an awful lot of people. Yes, we don't get huge crowds in for the county championship, but as you see the following online.
Stevens in and bowling down the leg side, which is taken well by Robinson, using his feet, moving away to the right. Yeah, there is a big interest from afar in this format, even if people aren't here.
And those that come along, you know, it's something you're taking away from their lives.
Yeah.
And you don't do it lightly.
One other point you did make, though, is List A, T20, the 100. That's presumably why there is a discussion around should we keep this format and shorten it.
And the elite argument as well.
Stevens in again. This one just holds its line, and Davis got into line, got his head in a good position, and then left it alone. End of the over from Stevens. His figures 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 23. Up the other end, Milnes is 1 for 23 from 1 over less. Middlesex 79 for 4 with White 22. Davis 1 from 11 deliveries.
You know, the elite of having a smaller number of teams, so it's a more elite programme of games. There is value in that argument, but again, everything I said before, I'd argue that, and then throw in one more. What about all the late bloomers that you lose? The Alan Richardsons went on to be one of the Wisden Cricketers of the Year. Real late bloomer. And cricket's a fine sport for late bloomers, it really is. Milnes is in, bowls outside of the off stump, it's left alone by White through to the keeper. 79 for 4. Such a mentally difficult game as well, cricket.
Yeah, just look at the Kent team. Darren Stevens as a late bloomer, as a bowler, who's got better as he's gone past 30, and
you know, we'd lose the Darren Stevens.
Yeah.
If we were playing these smaller number of games, elite games, you'd lose bowlers like Stevens, because that's what it's trying to be about. It's about also trying to produce fast bowlers. We produce a good number of fast bowlers. Milnes comes in, he bowls outside of the off stump, it's left alone by White through to the keeper, and there's no run. 79 for 4.
Sam Billings is, by the way, currently just being chased around by some sort of an insect.
That's a funny way to talk about Harry Podmore.
Just as that ball went through to Robinson, Billings did a little circle trying to swat away a wasp or something. But he's another one who ended up getting a contract off the back of going to university. Guys like Sam, who now play for England, they might have just go on and get another job if there's less opportunity to play for counties.
Milnes is in, bowls, and this ball turned back to the square on the leg side by White, and he picks up a single. White moves to 23, 80 for 4. End of the midway through, the 39th over. They're changing for the changing batsman. The point that's made to me, just to explain that comment about the lesser number of games producing more fast bowlers, is that the tracks will be better, i.e. harder and faster, is the theory, and it will reward hard fast bowling on a good length rather than fuller pitched bowling, nipping sides out. And you know, the word that was used a couple of years back, the derogatory term that was used, was the dibbly-dobblies, wasn't it? Which Neil Dexter had a really good run for Middlesex, and then for Leicestershire, medium pacer who'd come on almost fifth change and just pick up a whole load. Totally inaccurately, Stevens was dumped into that as well. and to some extent, someone like Tim Murtagh.
Yeah, which
is not right. As here's Milnes bowls, and that's run away along the floor to fourth slip, 80 for 4. And look, we were just talking about it on air with Stevens a little while ago. These guys like Masters. Could they have done it? Does everybody have to be a 90-mile-an-hour man? No. And I remember speaking to Dave Fulton actually about it, and he said, look, if a 90-mile-an-hour man's bowling gun barrel straight, I'd happily face that. But an 80 to 85-mile-an-hour man doing a bit,
yeah,
that's tough. And we see that with Pakistan at the moment. So yeah, I think you have to be careful what you wish for sometimes. The grass isn't always greener, is it? It's here's Milnes, he's in, bowls, and this is clipped. In the air again. It goes through mid-wicket. Stewart in there, isn't it? I mean, the shadow catch went up. There's a fair bit of disappointment out there. I wasn't wholly sure it carried, but I have to say the disappointment suggests...
Yeah, I don't think it did quite carry, to be honest. I think it was more just the fact that it had produced a potential chance, and he'd almost picked him out.
I mean, look at what Jimmy Anderson's doing. He's not 90 miles an hour, is he? Do we have to watch a 90-mile-an-hour man? Does that make it so much better? Is that so much more fearful for the batsman? Well, again, if it's not doing much off the straight, then perhaps not. So here's Milnes, he's in, bowls. Lovely ball. They've gone up behind the stumps. The bowler didn't. They all went up behind the stumps for caught behind. Davis stands his ground, so does umpire Bainton, and it was a very, very, very late and almost reluctant joining in from from Milnes into that appeal. So I have to say, if the finger had gone up, it would have surprised me from Bainton. I mean, sometimes a bowler misses it, doesn't he? Sometimes he does. But on that occasion, it didn't look convincing. 84 for 4. Davis has 5 and survives from 14. White has 23 from 66. Milnes 1 for 28 from 13. Stevens 1 for 23 from 13.
Just to add Steve on kentcricket@gmail.com saying he's enjoying the live stream, and he says, agree with you, it's a real worry how first class cricket is going in the country. There's nothing better than a red ball match at the St Lawrence ground in July, August sunshine. The visit of the likes of Yorkshire or Lancashire is always special. Regional cricket would deprive us of this. Not sure what can be done though, as I know cricket struggles financially at county level. As Stevens is in, this one defended back, and we can't just live on a diet of limited overs cricket. Thanks for that, Steve.
Yeah, I don't see how reducing the first number of first class fixtures is going to massively improve the finances of first class cricket. I mean, look, there has been some argument that actually reduced the number of counties, and then that would improve the finances.
Stevens in, a little bit of sunshine, swinging away, left alone. But here at Canterbury, Middlesex 84 for 4.
But again, county cricket in this country has existed for so long for a reason. And those counties. And yes, at the moment, obviously, we're living in a world where everything's about the bottom line. More so than ever right now, of course. And obviously there was a report this morning in the Telegraph, wasn't there, from Tim Wigmore, that county cricket next year is going to face some serious hurts and cuts.
Stevens bowls again, played lovely off the back foot, guided behind point, hasn't quite timed it as well as I thought he had, White there, and just gets the one. Cadbury recovers and does the fielding. 85 for 4 White, 24 now.
But these threats are something that have hung over county cricket for a long time. This has been almost the history of county cricket. The threat and the slants that are thrown at it, but it has endured, and it's endured for a reason. And that is something that, again, we must protect, as well as the history of the game.
Stevens once more just turns Davis a little bit into out. Slight outside edge towards point, but along the ground.
A quick thought on this, because obviously we're coming close to the end of the session quite quickly now. The sun's come out, and actually these two at the moment, quite possibly, I'd actually think, do you know what?
Can we stay out for half an hour?
15 balls faced for Davis. White's faced 71 now. I mean, I know they've both offered a couple of edges off Stevens in the last few overs, but having got through the second spell of Stevens now.
Here he comes again. Turned away out towards square leg. No run.
It's the best moment of the match so far to bat with the sun out.
It really is.
And the ball...
And we're about to go off for 40 minutes.
Yeah, the ball's still pretty fresh, isn't it? It's only the 40th over now. But Stevens now into his 14th over. He'll come back and get another stint after lunch. Actually, the batsman, on a rare occasion, 4 down at this point, but actually think, you know what, wouldn't have minded an extra half an hour.
Yeah, exactly. You'd almost like to see, because of the fact that we know there might be some weather coming, the bit of adaptability as this one's pushed back towards Stevens, full length. Well played by Davis to say, yeah, can we carry on for a bit?
Desperately concerned I just bought Kent a wicket with that little spiel. Is that not it? Are we playing... I've got a delayed lunch by 10 minutes.
We're going to go to 110. I hadn't thought that actually, but so maybe we are going to get 10 minutes before the cloud comes.
You did say this morning, apologies Ben, you did say it was 98 overs, which means each interval's pushed back by 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we've got to sing for 10 minutes more for our lunch.
Oh, there we go.
Does Fabian want to jump on for these 10 minutes, or do you want to... Have you got to do an update first?
Yeah, I'll do an update, then I'll let Fabian in.
Sure. Here's Milnes, he's in, bowls, and this ball's, nicely through at pace, skid through that one. It's nipping away from White. Sun is out. I hope it wasn't lost on Davis and White. I'm sure it wasn't. But, I remember, Brian being on mic with me years ago, and I used to say, it's 20 minutes before lunch now, they'll be starting to think about lunch. He said, no, probably not. He said 10 minutes. 20 minutes before lunch actually is a long way before lunch to think of lunch.
Yeah.
Because you're starting to get yourself in a bad mindset too far out, about 10 minutes before the interval. So here is Milnes. He bowls, and forward goes White, pushing away into the offside, and it's fielded at mid-off. 85 for 4. He was, 2010 he was the overseas for Middlesex here, Brian. And yeah, it was something that... you often hear it said, don't you, starting to turn their attention to lunch, but he actually said, look, 10 minutes really. 10 minutes before the interval, that's when the batsman's mindset will change a little bit, because you don't want a half an hour before lunch. Obviously, if the match situation dictates, then you'll be cautious. As Milnes is in, he bowls, and White bumps this ball to mid-off, and there is no run.
I can imagine Ian O'Brien hoovering up at lunch. He always had a healthy appetite. There was one time when he was commentating with me here, he went and bought a 4-pack of chocolate lollipop ice cream.
Did he?
I won't say the brand. And between the two of us, he finished his 2 in record time. And then I did finish my second one, but he started the evening session.
You and him are the lucky ones. You're all skin and bones. You can eat what you want, can't you? If I eat that, I'll be on the floor within 5 minutes. Here's Milnes. He's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. 85 for 4. You can eat what you want, you two, can't you?
Yeah, to a degree.
Fabian's a lean, fit man, but that's due to his fantastic discipline, obviously, because he's obviously got the Cowdrey genes, hasn't he? So,
Update on the way. Yeah, no interruptions today, despite the 9.5 overs yesterday. Middlesex moved on to 85 for 4, so 3 Kent wickets today. 2 for Freddie Klaasen, the Dutchman. 1 for Darren Stevens as well, his 800th career wicket. Robbie White's going well, those just hit a boundary. He moves to 28. Robson also hit 36 earlier on. The other Middlesex players not out of double figures. So we're playing slightly longer into the morning session because we're trying to make up some overs that were lost yesterday. So we'll be playing until around about 10 past 1 until the lunch break, with Middlesex 89 for 4 here against Kent.
Apologies for my deep inhalation of breath during your report there. Everybody would have been thinking, what's happening in the background? He's missed a wicket. Lovely try for 4. Milnes is in now. He bowls to White. Solid forward defence back up the track. And there is no run. 89 for 4. Davis 5 and White 28. Thanks to Benny, who's going to pop off for a few minutes before lunch. A long stint from him. Just a quick burst from Fabian, but very much worth it before the interval. Next one along, I think, isn't it, Fabian? Ben might have to help you with it. It's the next. Yeah, that's it. We've got to, of course, in this day and age of COVID now, change our mics regularly. So whereas all the engineering's done in the morning usually, we're having to rig it up as we go at the moment. Welcome back, Fabian. All yours.
Darren Stevens then, just before lunch. Full of a length down the leg side, a real loose ball from Darren Stevens. Ollie Robinson cleaning up behind the sticks.
Do you know, as I paid you that wonderful compliment there about your discipline, I did just realise I had to cast a glance over my shoulder to see how close your uncle was, see if he was in earshot.
Well, Uncle Graham loves a spot of lunch, that's for sure. No, but you're accurate. We are. If we do eat too much, we do become sort of slightly plumper than the average individual.
Well, as you can tell.
Here is Darren Stevens, full of a length, blocked into the offside. to Joe Denley, dot ball, 89 for 4. Been really impressed with White here. I know you mentioned he was under pressure. He wants to try and establish himself in this Middlesex middle order, but he's fought hard. 28 not out from 77. And he's got through some tricky spells of bowling. Clarkson bowled particularly well, picking up the 2 wickets, and Darren Stevens at the start of his innings bowled really well to begin with. Stevens again, full of a length, blocked down the pitch, dot ball.
And, you know, they've both had the edges drop short, but on a day like this, that's what it's all about. You're not going to score, I mean, you know, you score a chanceless 50, let alone a chanceless century on a day like this, you think, whew. You know, you're gonna have moments, aren't you, on days like this where it is a bowler's day.
Yeah, and you're going to face good balls, and if it's your day, they land short. If it's not, then they carry, and that's sometimes, you know, just the art of the game. Just happens. Down the leg side again through to Ollie Robinson, 89 for 4.
Yeah, I had a long old chat there in reply to one of the emails. I guess we'll have to get you on lunch after it, really, because we've only got a couple of minutes here before the interval. After lunch, have a chat about it, you know, any potential changes. I mean, look, everybody this year is delighted with the Bob Willis Trophy. It's just great to have some cricket, isn't it? And, you know, the format's quite nice. Hopefully the groups remain competitive, because, you know, another win for Essex in this round, all of a sudden this group's dead, isn't it?
Stevens again, full of a length, punched down the ground. Stevens getting a left boot in the way of that. Needs to protect his ankle as the Kent veteran. Anyway, dot ball.
You're going to do well to not only turn around Kent, but also, you know, get those points that you need to top the other 2 groups.
Well, there's some very competitive sides in Kent's group, but it's from Kent's point of view, it's great to see some young players come good, and the opportunities there for Marcus O'Riordan as well. He's picked up a few wickets to make a real impact, in very much the same way Jordan Cox has. Player miss outside the off stump. Good bowling from Stevens, just dangling the carrot before lunch outside the off stump. So clever from Stevens, who looks to shape the ball back at the stumps for most of the over, and then just holds the ball away from the body and entices the drive and made an over.
On the verge of lunch, that would have been a real error, wouldn't it, from the batsman if he'd have fallen to that one.
It's just experience. Stevens knows just before lunch to a young player, throw the ball up outside the off stump and see whether they take the bait.
I mean, I'm sure, no doubt whatsoever, they'll have remembered that lunch was 1:10, but it would have been a horrible moment for them, wouldn't it? If, you know, especially this year with the change in rules, and I mean, even I think it was only last year it came in, wasn't it, when you know, you could make up overs, or if not, you know, the year before that. But, you know, they're young men, mostly second 11 cricketers to this point. They might have been looking, yeah, lunch isn't far away, and all of a sudden, 1 o'clock, you got 10 more minutes. Here's Milnes, he's in, bowls to White, who dabs this one away. Backward a point, down to fielder in the deep, which, set back, deep point and a long leg now with the 2 back, and Middlesex are 90 for 4 as White's on 29.
Interesting decision from Billings to push point back right to the rope, perhaps. Milnes fancies his chances against a left-handed Davis just before lunch. White's obviously set on 29 here.
I will ask him tonight when I bump into them, actually, the 2 of them. Did you both remember it was 1 o'clock lunch? Because it is, I mean, if you were saying that 10 minutes, look, see off Stevens, see off Milnes, 10 minutes, all of a sudden 1 o'clock and you've got 10 more minutes. The 2 youngsters would look at each other and go, oh no. So here's Milnes, bowls, and this ball's left alone outside of the off stump, 90 for 4.
Yeah, I would have been halfway off before the umpire
back. Exactly. Which actually, but, you know, in terms of that mindset of what, you know, Brian had put me right about all those years ago, yeah, it's not 20 minutes, it's about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes before lunch, otherwise you get yourself in too much of a negative mindset for too long. You know, there's a game to be played out there in between, isn't there?
Absolutely. I think square leg's just been pushed back to deep square leg, just to put in the back of Davis's mind that he might get a short ball from Milnes just before lunch. Good thinking.
In comes Milnes, he bowls, angles away once more from the left-handed Davis.
I think sometimes the art of captaincy in this form is just to present a seed of doubt into the batsman's mind, even if it's not going to happen. Even if Milnes doesn't bowl a short ball here, they have pushed that man back to try and trap Davis on the crease just before lunch. 4 slips, ready and waiting for any mistake he makes on the front foot.
They look good though, these 2, haven't they? You know, bearing in mind that's in there, you know, you're not going to look world class at this moment, are you, facing this bowling? But they've done as best they can. As Milnes bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump again, full from the right arm seamer. Yeah,
and as Davis, and as White has got into his innings, he's looked a lot more impressive there. The potential you were talking about when he first walked out to bat is quite clear to see. He's played some eye-catching shots.
Compact, isn't he? White, I think, is one word to describe him. You know, he looks good. It's not. Doesn't look overcomplicated for White, does it? I don't think.
Yeah, you'd wonder why he'd been dismissed on the number of occasions he has done already in his career.
Milnes is in, bowls, and brings this back into the off stump. Well defended by Davis into the offside, and there's no run. Kevin James actually was talking about Weatherly last week, and he said in his experience of watching Weatherly to this point, he has been one of those cricketers, and you know, former cricketer himself with Middlesex and Hampshire, Kevin James. He said he's one of those cricketers that's just been unlucky. Every edge he's got has gone to hand. He's never had one put down. He's never had one for, which obviously he has, you know what I mean? But in his experience of watching every single ball that Weatherly's faced, he's just felt an unlucky cricketer, and that can happen. And sometimes that can end a career early, can't it? You know. But White's obviously hanging in there, and you wonder, is there a little elements of that? This one's driven back down the ground by Davis from Milnes, who came around the wicket to him, and it went through the legs of the bowler, but he got fingertips to it, which took the pace off it. And that, I think we can finally say, is lunch on day 2 at 10 past 1, 11 minutes past 1 now. Is that a little spot of rain as well falling? It might be a spit. 91 for 4, 6 for Davis, 29 for White.
What a good session. Fiercely fought. I think Kent have definitely got the rub of the green. They bowled pretty well throughout that session. It's been good from a Middlesex point of view to see White and Davis battle through to lunch. As you mentioned, that extra 10 minutes, I would have been halfway off the park at 1 p.m, but that is time for a spot of lunch, and they scored 91 for 4, and we look forward to welcoming you back after the lunch break.
Yeah, no interruptions so far today. We've had a full morning's session. We even had an extra few overs prior to the lunch break, which is currently taking place. Middlesex 91 for 4, so 3 Kent wickets today. A couple for the Netherlands seam bowler Freddie Klaassen, getting Anderson for 2, and also Robson for 36. Darren Stevens, the first man of the day to pick up a wicket. Eskenazi caught behind by Robinson, the wicketkeeper diving in front of first slip, taking a really good catch to remove the Middlesex skipper for 9, with Stevens picking up his 800th career wicket. Milne's the other man in the action, with Middlesex 91 for 4, although it is worth looking at the weather, and the forecast for this afternoon isn't great, but hopefully we'll be back on air in around about 20 minutes time for the afternoon session, with Middlesex 91 for 4, as I say, and Kent looking for wickets in bowler friendly conditions.
Well, good afternoon everybody, welcome back to Canterbury, where play just about to get underway. The afternoon session on day 2 of this Bobbolist Trophy match between Kent and Middlesex. It is gloomy out in the middle. We did wonder for a minute whether they would all make their way out to the middle for the resumption, which they're a little bit late for. They were early this morning, now they're late for lunch. It's coming up to 8 minutes to 2, extended morning session to make up for the loss of time yesterday. So 98 overs to be bowled in the day today. Middlesex are 91 for 4. They are bang up against it here. They are up against the conditions. Floodlights are on. They're up against a strong bowling attack. Milnes and Stevens bowling very, very well. A wicket apiece. They could easily have had more. They've had both of these two edged just short of the slip or keeper. And 91 for 4. Davis 6 from 28. White 29 from 78. Some big names back in the hutch already for Middlesex. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. We've got Ben Watts, myself, Kevin Hand, and Fabian Cowdrey.
Yeah, 91 for 4. It's gloomy. The floodlights are on. Perfect bowling conditions resume. Grant Stewart with the ball in hand here at the pavilion end. Davis and White battling before lunch just to get to the break, but their work will be certainly cut out again. I'm sure they'll see Darren Stevens continue from the Nackington Road end, or Matt Milnes. Here is Stewart. Right arm over the wicket, 3 slips in. His first ball after lunch to Davis, right on the money as well, blocked out mid-off. Joe Denley doing the cleaning up. Human. The ball's been swinging all day so far. Ken picked up 3 wickets in that morning session. I hope some early inroads. If they could break this partnership, then they'll really fancy themselves to bowl out Middlesex cheaply and perhaps be batting by tea.
It's a loud effects Mike Ben's got. Apologies, I'd cranked it right up at tea. We're shouting over it.
Grant Stewart again. Punch straight at Joe Denley beautifully this time. Dot ball, full of a length. Stewart trying to bring in the drive, bring in the slip cordon. Davis will be quite frustrated he didn't hit a gap there. He timed that beautifully.
Yeah. I mean, look, 91 for 4. This could easily be 100 and not many for 7, couldn't it? So Middlesex need to be really careful here. They've obviously got some serious batsmen to come, and they bat a lot deeper in this game. I was going to tell you about the last couple of matches for Middlesex with the bat.
Stewart to Davis. Whipped into the leg side. They'll get a single. Out to square leg. That'll be the first run after lunch, and of course the most vulnerable time for any batsman is after a break. So this is a crucial period for Middlesex. If they can put on 40-50 here and not lose a wicket, the bowlers will be that little bit more tired, and they might get a couple more loose balls, and their innings will be underway.
Against Hampshire, they lost 6 for 74 to finish their first innings, and 8 for 77 to finish their second innings, and that's match losing performances with the bat, isn't it? So that's really where you need to look. Even though the drop catches, and I mean they still nearly defended 158 on that pitch, and you can argue, should this bowler have bowled then, and why was that one bowling then? There was a little bit of surprise as why Souter bowled after lunch when Walla bowled so well before lunch.
Stewart in, 3 slips in the gully to White, right on the money, full of a length, blocked into the leg side. Dot ball.
But when you quote those back, 6 for 74 to end one innings and 8 for 77 to end the other, that's not a performance that wins matches. The pitch at Radlett offered all the way through, Tim Mercer said, for the bowlers, even when North East and Weatherly were going really, really well. And really slowly, but they got their reward for that. Slow. They were going at below 2 and over for a long part of their partnership.
Stewart again, right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end. left alone outside the off stump.
And that's because Middlesex were right in the game, and they recognised that and they batted accordingly, and they got their reward. And that, is a big part of why Hampshire won the match and Middlesex didn't, because those collapses as well. Anywhere in either of those 240 minutes, there was a 45-minute period that was talked about in the second innings where that was the bit where Middlesex should have won the game when batting in the third innings, and that 45 minutes went against them, and they had the collapse 8 for 77.
Stewart again, 92 for 4. Full of a length, an absolute beauty to finish the over to White, 29 off 80 balls for him, and that shaped away late from White and through to Ollie Robinson.
Warney would have been proud of that.
Fantastic delivery, yeah.
Jeez, I mean, you can't do anything about that as a batsman, can you?
Just on what you were saying about the crazy 45 minutes or 60-minute periods you can have in a game of cricket, there was a big emphasis when I was suddenly in the Kent dressing room about not allowing that to happen, because you can play well for 2-3 days, you can play well for 3.5 days, and you can have one mad hour, and it can completely change the shape of the game.
Absolutely.
And trying to stop those periods from happening. Sometimes it can't be helped. Sometimes you're on the end of a Darren Stevens masterclass or something else. But if you can try and minimise the impact of those 45 minutes of mayhem, then you're doing something right.
That's a fantastic mask technique there that Harry Podmore's got. I've not seen that yet. He's almost wearing it like something out of a Billy Bunter cartoon, where it's up on his head. What would you call it? A little, what are the handkerchiefs they used to put on their head? He's almost wearing it like that, with it around his ears still, but it's actually covering his scalp rather than his... Everybody else usually just pulls it down under their chin, don't they, and then pull it back up. Not Podders.
Not Podders.
4 slips in place here for Milnes, his 16th over, 1 for 34. He's right arm over the wicket, and that one holds its line outside the off stump. A little bit of late swing once it had passed the batsman through to the gloves of the keeper. 92 for 4. It is very gloomy out there at the moment, but the floodlights are on obviously, so fingers crossed the natural light isn't overtaken. Let's hope so, because it's a short season as it is. I know the Test match has come in for a lot of criticism for the last few days, that cricket has got to help itself, especially in times like this when there are a lot of eyes on it. But just going back to your point about that, that 45 minutes, it was a low-scoring game, and it was a passage of play. I think it might have been Gubbins and Eskenazi were together, and they knew if they could have a good 45 minutes here, that would probably be the game. As this ball's full outside of the off stump, shapes away from Davis through to the keeper. But even with that 158 lead, in a match that went 252, 296, 201 all out, 158 on a pitch that was starting to turn, had offered something to all the bowlers throughout. They nearly did it, Middlesex, and like I say, there was a question as to why Wallaluita bowled so well up to lunch, 3 for 30 at quite a good economy, and then Souter replaced him after the interval, took some tap, and that was the game over. With only 24 to win, I think it was, after lunch and 2 wickets. But Souter hadn't bowled to that point. Here's Milnes bowls a bouncer through to the keeper. Good bouncer underneath it. Davis, which isn't an excuse, but it's what goes on in the captain's mind, isn't it? It's like, well, look, this guy's the more senior of the 2 spinners, and if we lose the match and I haven't bowled him, then you take pelters that way, don't you? And mistakes are made. But the mistake was that 45 minutes on day 3 when Middlesex should have put themselves into a position that in that 45 minutes, that's 225 you're chasing, and that's the game on that kind of pitch, barring something brilliant. So here's Milnes in his 16th over. He bowls to Davis, who eases into the offside, and there's no run. But the other thing with those matches is that Middlesex were top heavy. The Surrey match, Robson, Holden, Gubbins, Eskenazi with the top 4. Anderson at 5, Simpson at 6, Harris at 7, and then Souter, Wallaluita, Cummins and Murtagh was a bit of a tail. And then the Hampshire match the same way, same top order, and then Helm, Souter, Murtagh and Wallaluita. Helm's a very good bat actually. But in this match there is a difference where Harris is obviously down at 8 now, Simpson's at 7 and Davis here at 6. So there's that little bit of a split up as in comes Milnes, and he brings that back in, as he does, to the left-hander who defends back up the track. Quite nicely, playing late.
I think often when your team has suffered that 45-minute spell or some couple of collapses, then in a situation like this, 92 for 4, when the game or the innings is in the balance, and it's happened before, you just have to go back to facing every ball, and every ball is an event, as opposed to thinking, God, if I lose my wicket here. It's just a mindset approach if you're out there in the middle.
And these two, of course, weren't involved in either of those matches. Well, it was mainly the Hampshire match, really, with the bat that was the problem, as this ball's on a length to Davis, pushed back up the track, and there is no run.
Yeah, good way to finish the over, full of a length, just put down the pitch. Maiden over from Milnes, 1 for 34 for him. at 2 and over. He's been mightily impressive. He's supported Darren Stevens well.
Yeah, that's me already. It's good, this job, isn't it? I like these delayed lunches. I'm done at 2 o'clock. Ben Watts is going to replace me after a few words from Fabian Cowdrey.
The great Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent, shortly joining me. Grant Stewart with the ball in hand from the pavilion end here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Very gloomy now, probably the gloomiest it's been. The floodlights in full effect. Grant Stewart's got a good history against Middlesex. He'll be hoping to turn it on now. Here he is. Full of the length, blocked into the offside. Joe Denley, nimble as ever, runs in and picks the ball up, shies it into Ollie Robinson. Real shame for me, actually, having not watched Kent play live for a while, is to not see Jordan Cooks on that team sheet. I was very much looking forward to seeing the 19-year-old in full flow with the bat. Kent have always, at least in the recent past, had a history of fantastic keeper batsmen. Cox, Robinson, Billings, a couple of them in the side today, of course, in Robinson and captain Sam Billings. Whipped into the leg side, and they'll get through for one, a comfortable single in the end. Stewart just straying slightly straight. And welcome back, Ben Watts.
A little bit gloomy out there, Fabian, I say. Umpire Long's been taking a bit of a look at the heavens. I wondered if when umpire Bainton rushed back because he'd forgotten something when they were about to start again, whether it was the light meter he might have been returning for. The player's still out there at the moment, Grant Stewart.
Here is Stewart, over the wicket, blocked into the offside. They're going to push through for one. Milne's in, underarms at the non-striker's end. No, he holds on to it, and they get through for a single in the end. Looked like it could have been tight for a while there. 94 for 4.
As it was a very well judged run. Davis is settling in quite well, actually. White has been patient, but moved to 30.
94 for 4. Here is Stewart. 3 slips. Daniel Bell Drummond standing at gully, waiting for an opportunity. Back of a length, left outside the off stump through to Ollie Robinson. Another fantastic talent, of course, at Kent cricket. Ben, you would have seen a lot more of Ollie Robinson in the recent past than I have. He's a real one for the future, isn't he?
Yeah, he looked really good in the century that he scored here at Canterbury in the warm-up game against Essex, and then got 78 at Chelmsford in the same week. Of course, didn't get a bat last week, but yeah, he looks in really good touch with the bat and a tidy gloveman too.
Stewart to White, into the offside, dot ball. It looks like both these Middlesex batsmen have come out with a bit more intent after lunch. We spoke about rotation of strike and putting pressure back onto the bowlers. It looks like both are trying to do so. And just regain some initiative, really. 94 for 4. White 30 not out, 85 deliveries. He's had a bit of luck, but he's fought through. A big innings for him. He's obviously looking to stamp his mark on this Middlesex middle order. Middlesex full of praise for White. Dropped down the pitch, dot ball. Good way to finish the over for Kent.
So there's going to be a bit of a discussion between the two umpires here. Umpire Long and umpire Bainton. Showing a bit of a look out of our window. Maybe they'll take a reading on the light, or are they just going to kind of play it by ear? Just starting to see shadows a little bit more from the players from the floodlights.
I'd be surprised if they don't offer it to the batsman first and foremost. No, they're going to carry on. They're going to carry on.
Isn't it just these days, it's just the umpires just make the decision? I don't think it gets offered to the batsman as much these days, because I think it's, as much as anything, it's about fielders and general safety. But yeah, we're going to carry on. But they are having a bit of a discussion. And there are some ground staff loitering by one of the covers. So I think we might just be about to get a little bit of rain, perhaps. They're having another discussion as well, actually, just as we thought we were about to crack on. So whether that's light or a bit of rain incoming, it's a frustrating one, because we're going to see the stoppage in play. Ground staff just bringing one of the sheets onto the wicket. Sam Billings leads his Kent team off. It's not, I I think the rain's quite heavy enough at the moment, so presumably it's bad light that is stopping play. Middlesex 94 for 4. We did suspect this afternoon session might be affected by the weather with the forecast, and so we are going to have that stoppage.
Yeah, just a short spell after lunch then. Fingers crossed that we can get back on the park as quickly as possible. I know the forecast isn't great. Ben has a fairly good weather app on his phone, I think, and he was informing me just before the start of play that around this time we were going to expect some bad weather. So no surprise.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem to be major at the moment. At the moment it seems to me light rather than actual rain, but I think the ground staff, the way that they're just grabbing some sheets and getting ready to cover up, are perhaps expecting something to be incoming. But yeah, disappointing one, because of course we only saw 9.5 overs yesterday due to the weather, so unfortunately it's one of those things, isn't it? It's a difficult week weather-wise on the forecast, so...
Oh, Milnes has bowled well. He's bowled 16 overs, 1 for 34 with 7 maidens, and an economy of just over 2 an over. He's been impressive.
Harry Podmore's out in the middle at the moment with the drinks. I don't know where he's got those from.
He's a character, Harry Podmore.
You might be able to hear what he's saying on the effects mic with the umpire.
I think he was saying it's not even raining, so what's going on here? But I think it's imminent, to be honest, and the groundsman are certainly along those lines as well, as they shuffle on all the covers to the centre here at the Spitfire ground.
Yeah, well, with that in mind, we're going to take a bit of a break online, and do keep an ear out. We'll be back with you when we get, and if we get a resumption of play here on day 2 of Kent against Middlesex here in the Bob Willis Trophy on BBC Sports Online.
Well, good afternoon everybody and welcome back to Canterbury, where we're going to get 16 overs tonight. We're trying to work out 16 overs between 3 commentators, but we'll work it out somehow. It's given me a headache already. There are 4 slips in place, a point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. And here's Milnes in to bowl, whoa, wide outside the off stump. Rolling away, Billings collects that one. Left alone by Davis, who has 8. White has 30. Middlesex 94 for 4. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. Well done taking your life into your hands there, Ben, and getting that effects mic set up just in time, as we failed to do our maths on how we rotate the commentators, and then we nearly failed to put the effects mic out as well.
We just about managed it. We've got some cricket to watch as well, which is nice. After an excellent mop-up job from the ground staff.
Milnes is right arm over the wicket. He bowls one that comes back into the right-handed Davis, and it's eased away into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, it's very disappointing how much time we've lost in this game. You couldn't rule out, if there were a full 2 days left of the game, that we will get an advancement made, but that chance of the full 2 days still to come is a bit of concern as well.
Yeah, forecast isn't overly positive, is it? So
no. Here comes Milnes. He bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. And a dot ball. 94 for 4. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, and here is the third voice for this match. Fabian Cowdrey is alongside us as well. Delighted to have him with us for this game, and well, the match situation for Kent, I suppose, is actually they'll see it as it's reasonably well advanced. They can rattle through a few more wickets tonight, 16 overs, 3 more tonight maybe, finish it off in the morning, get out there and have a good day with the bat. As Milnes comes in, bowls, and Davis hooks him. Down to deep backward square leg. It's just kept him down there by Grant Stewart. They've taken 2. Looked for a moment as though he was late on that. He was ducking his head as well as he hooked it around the corner, and you just wondered, was he going to get himself into a spot of bother, but all is well for young Davis. Four slips, tightly knit behind the left-hander. And Milnes moves in. Ball short outside the off stump. Tell you what, he ducked underneath that, but he left the bat hanging slightly as he did so. On to come of the over. Umpire Bainton signalling acknowledgement of that bouncer as well for the allocation per over. The floodlights are on, they're not particularly needed at the moment. There's lovely blue sky away to our right hand side. We're going to walk off at 6:30 thinking, couldn't we have played another half an hour? It's going to be glorious sunshine. Couldn't we have played through? I mean, you know, some of the times in the over rate slow, you end up almost through until 7:30 finishing the game, don't you? So, you know, daylight today, we're going to off with blue skies. As here's Milnes in, bowls a lovely ball past the edge of Davis's bat. Forward push for him. That was a belter from Milnes. Really well bowled. Very, very impressive. 1 for 36 from 17. Middlesex 96 for 4, hanging on in there. 47 overs bowled in this first innings, haven't been put in by Kent, and it's been a tough toil out in the middle so far for the Middlesex.
Yeah, it has been tough, and conditions haven't favoured them at all, apart from maybe, 10 minutes before lunch when the sun came out a little bit. And so overall, I think they've done a pretty decent job. Robbie White in particular, 30 not out for him off 86 balls. Sam Robson did the hard bit and then a bit of a soft dismissal. But other batsmen have gone about it in the right way. And they'll be hoping that they can get through to stumps without any further harm to their wickets column.
I think I've solved our commentary conundrum. 20-minute slots. Or changes every 20 minutes.
Sounds good to me. Here comes Grant Stewart, pavilion end. Bowling here with 3 slips in the gully. To White. Good call. Big shout of no run that you can hear on our effects mic.
Here we go though. Do you want to do the first 40 minutes or the first 20 minutes and the last 20 minutes?
Well, yeah,
Right,
I'll do
You've got first 40 minutes then.
Yeah, all good.
40 minutes then from you, okay? And then Fabian comes in and replaces me in...
Stuart in and bowls, left alone outside the off stump, away swinging delivery.
Yeah, Stevens has had his feet up for a fair bit today now. I mean, I know he's bowled a lot in this innings so far, but what would the batsmen have preferred? Milnes and Stevens. Stuart's a fine bowler and can do some real damage, and did some real damage in
This kind of day, yeah.
A couple of games, yeah, this time of day as well, yeah.
Here he comes, bowls. Swinging delivery. Starts on leg, ends up on about off stump. Defended well though by White. Yeah, I get your point though.
Even if it was only a 3 over stint at this stage, go on then, F3. If you can manage a fourth, feel like a fourth, take it.
Yeah, you would assume that.
You'd have thought you see a little dart from him before stumps tonight.
I reckon so. 14 and a half overs remaining. Floodlights are on, but the blue sky emerging as White again just pushing this one back, straight back towards the bowler, Stuart. 30 from 90 balls now for him. Been impressed with the manner in which Davis has gone about his 44 balls so far. 10 not out. Another left-hander. He's looked crisp in his technique, positive. Stuart bowling though to his mate. Robbie White defends. Another full swinging delivery from the Australian-born bowler. Strange old day we've had. We had a full morning session prior to the showery rain, and then quite heavy rain in the afternoon session, and an early tea break. And then a substantial mopping up job from the ground staff to just be able to get conditions in a fit state that we could play these final 16 overs. This is angled down towards the gully, quick single, there's a scamper towards the bowler's end as Billings throws at the stumps, but White makes his ground okay in the end. A sensible call from young Davis to call his partner through for a single, end of the over. 97 for 4. Got 14 overs left of what has been another rain affected day. The innings is 48 overs old now. We had 9.5 of those on day one.
Jedlad on Twitter says, on a working day I sometimes ask you at this hour to describe the events of the day that we working folk have missed. Today instead perhaps you can describe the various types of rain and bad light that we have missed today. Yes, grey and darker grey.
Lighter showers, heavier showers, monsoon, I think Fabian put on one of his tweets.
Nice, yeah. We worked out eventually how you do it. You do it in 20-minute changeovers. So I do it 20 minutes and then get out of the way for you, as this ball's left alone outside of the off stump by White through to the keeper, and there's no run. It threw our maths horribly how to split 16 overs, but you actually have to think of it in terms of the time, the hour. So Ben does 40 minutes to start, I do 20 minutes to start, you do 40 minutes through the middle, and I do 20 minutes at the end. Magical rota. Why was that so difficult? It hurt my head though on the way through the door. Trying to figure that one out. 47 for 4. Took us a little bit by shock, and then, like I say, pretty nice weather at the moment, isn't it? So it's going to be a shame that we're going off in 50 minutes. As here comes Milnes with the bouncer. Nice take by Billings, I think. Yeah, he's okay. He spilled it, jumping up his bed. No ball called as well on heights.
Yeah, it was well over head height.
Well, Billings got his fingertips to it, and it did look at the way that he did it and then dropped it. I thought maybe he'd hurt a finger, but he was fine. 99 for 4 Middlesex. Really solid contribution this from White, and desperate to turn this into a 50, which will lay down a little marker for him as he approaches his 25th birthday, trying to get into this championship side, which he'll have to do as a batsman at the moment, because Simo's having a great time behind the stumps as this ball's on a length and left alone by White from Milnes. Simpson in the first 2 rounds has looked an absolute beaut behind the stumps. Really expert wicket keeping. on two tracks, as I said, that were offering the bowlers a fair bit, and they're the ones that, especially the spinners as well, the extra bounce which the spinners and the seam bowlers were getting. So Simpson had his work cut out.
I don't think his wicket-keeping's ever really been a problem, has it?
Definitely not, but it just seems to be particularly exceptional in those 2 rounds. As this is left alone outside the off stump by White. Through to the keeper, he's on 31. Yeah, his career average is slightly down. Some years he has an outstanding season, and then some years it just drops off a little bit too much. That drags his career average down, and that's the only reason that's prevented. I mean, Mike Gatting said it's ridiculous to think that John Simpson will never play for England because he's that good a keeper. But the way that the keeping role at international level's gone now, it is all about the runs as well, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so.
And White has troubled Simpson on a couple of occasions for the gloves, but overall Simpson, main man for Middlesex with the gloves. This is another bouncer. Through it goes to the keeper. A better one from Milnes. No trouble this time from the umpire. Through it goes. 99 for 4. So, yeah, for Robbie White, again, the departure of Tom Lace, that's just opened up another avenue rather than just the keeping role. But I think that avenue was always available to him there anyway. It was just a pretty competitive one amongst the bunch of Anderson, Lace, White and Davis. And can't not mention Max Holden, who's younger than probably half of those. So, but Holden's...
Yeah, he's had to wait for his chance, hasn't he, Max Holden?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's still a very young man, but Middlesex were talking about getting him in donkeys years ago, 4 years ago when he was 17. They were trying to really push to get him into that first team, but again, I think that was a title-winning year, wasn't it, 4 years ago? So, we were talking about Harry Podmore trying to get into the seam bowling attack for Middlesex. Holden's trying to get into a side that was Robson, Compton, before that Rogers. So here's Milnes bowls and left alone by White. Shaping back in to the top of that off stump. Good ball from Milnes that, because he has shaped them away a lot today. Kept them straight, but that one certainly came back in a little. And 31 from 98, is that from White? I think it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, Holden was trying to get in, wanting to give him his go when he was 17. Who's got a problem? Because the physio's coming out. It's Milnes.
I think it's Milnes.
Oh no, it's
landing,
the ground staff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was the physio. It was the ground staff. Yeah, he's just putting a bit of dust down there, isn't he?
Yeah, a bit of sawdust coming out.
A bit of dampness being dragged on to the surface, maybe.
Yeah, quite plausible.
Running from the Nackington Road end.
It's probably, as you say, he's probably bringing it onto the pitch itself with the run-up area.
I don't know. I guess so from here, but whatever. They're fixing it up. They're fixing it up now, aren't they? Whatever the problem is. But yeah, so Holden. There was Compton, Robson. Before that, Rogers, Gubbins. So Holden had a fair few to displace to try and get to that top of the order. Eskenazi was in at 3 in the championship season. As Milnes comes in. Bowls, and it's left alone on a length through to the keeper, overcalled by the umpire. 99 for 4, so Davis has 10, White has 31. So in 5 minutes I will make way for Fabian Cowdrey. Dave Fulton, unbelievable sledging from Kevin Hand. I hope Fabian Cowdrey is coping with your sharp wit and intelligent banter. Go well, gents.
This is the photo that you put up saying that David Fulton has aged well overnight, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fabian and Kevin will be back tomorrow with Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent. He'll guide you through the final couple of days, what there is of it. Unfortunately, the weather has got the better of us for the majority of this weekend. But this innings now 49 overs in, as Grant Stewart prepares the bowl once again from the pavilion end, and just getting a little bit funky with their field as this one's driven really handsomely back by Davis and stopped by the bowler in his follow through. Now got a fine leg and a deep square leg, plus a catcher at mid wicket, which is Beau Drummond. So he's effectively been taken out of cover, which is vacant. 3 slips, point and mid on as well. Denley's at a wide mid-off, extra cover type position. Stewart again. Past umpire long, bowls. This one doesn't swing and just Goes on with the arm, and Davis shoulders arms, allows it through to Robinson, the wicketkeeper. Lots of noise from Sam Billings. I know one of the gents who's been up in our zone, our bubble, if you like, was commenting earlier about Daniel Bell Drummond's hand clapping, which is something I've never noticed, and now I can't undo what he told me. As Grant Stewart is in, pushed out towards point, and Kadri does the fielding.
Oh, my apologies, Kevin Howells. I haven't looked at my phone. I was trying to be good. I was trying to not have screen time. Welcome to 5 Live Sports Extra listeners here at Canterbury. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London together for this commentary, and Fabian Cowdery, as you probably just picked up, tuned in a few minutes ago, is our third voice for the game. Delighted to have him with us here today. It's not Dave Fulton, as I put on Twitter. A young looking Dave Fulton today. He's back with us on day 4 though.
Grant Stewart in again. It's like we have some cricket to bring you, as this one is defended back into the onside.
Well, I was trying to be good, Ben. I was trying to put my phone down, not look at it. You know, concentrate on the cricket. Don't be having screen time. Reduce my screen time today. I'm always saying it to the kids, aren't they? Come on. Enough screen time for today. Step away from the screen. You pick your phone up, see 15 minutes ago, you're on 5 Live Sports Extra. Ah.
Always the way, though, when you...
Good to have you all with us.
Don't look at your phone, you get an important message.
Isn't it true? Isn't it true? That's the excuse. We should never stop looking at our phones, should we?
Floodlights are still on, despite the blue sky, as you mentioned, Kevin, that's just coming in. Stewart in, past the umpire. Short ball, goes for the hook shot, Davis, and ends up doing a bit of a pirouette. No contact on the ball, though, as it flies through to Ollie Robinson at shoulder height, the wicket-keeper. 99 for 4, Middlesex, if you're just joining us, and we've got one ball until 50 overs up in this innings. We only had 9.3 yesterday. Kent have got 1 bowling bonus point. Middlesex yet to add in that column.
Unfortunately for Kevin Howells, we've got 1 over until I'm off air for Fabian Cowdery. He'll be banging his head at the desk. Why hasn't he looked at his phone?
Here's Grant Stewart once again. Bowls in, bring up the debutant Davis into the offside. End of the over. It's a maiden, in fact, from Grant Stewart. 10 overs, 2 maidens, number 16 from him. Middlesex 99 for 4.
Yeah, Stewart, the destroyer of Middlesex in that pink ball match a few years ago, and not just with all the wickets he took in the twilight zone, skidding the ball through under the floodlights here. And the floodlights with the pink ball was what got a lot of the attention, but it was actually that twilight period when the ball started skidding through with the floodlights on that things really started to happen for Stewart, because a very, very good swing bowler, but it was the way it was kissing the surface and just skidding through. They talked about that it was really tough to face, and he just managed to be bowling at that time on both days, which worked out perfectly for Kent. And look, well done to them. They made the most of how the match played out and the conditions of it. But he also managed to score a century with the bat when it wasn't twilight time and Middlesex were bowling, which obviously just rubbed salt in the wounds.
Yeah, very much so.
Trying to think, that probably was the last match. If that wasn't the last match, it was the next one after that was the last match in charge for the then coach Richard Scott, who was of course the man who led Middlesex to the title in 2016. As here's Milnes, he's in, bowls outside of the off stump, and White leaves alone through to the keeper. Billings away in front of slip, 99 for 4.
Is that the last time Middlesex were here?
Yeah, I think so.
This format?
2017 that was then, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was a sad way for it to end, because it was a bit of a strange contest, that. So for that to be the final game, felt a little.
It was a
little bit of a bitter end.
It was a weird one.
Yeah,
as you say, Stewart was really hooping the ball in that twilight period and caused a lot of problems. He is a good swing bowler, but not quite to that extent that we saw with that pink ball.
Milnes, he's a fine seam bowler. He's in, bowls. Oh, down the leg side, that one shoots, and White looking to help it on its way, but it was well down the leg side, and Billings takes hold. He's a sharp bowler, Milnes, and there's a few eyes on him, isn't there? So he's done well to perform quite nicely, as he has done in this match so far. Only 1 for 38 in his 19th, but nobody could particularly fault the bowling and the potential. He and, well, 800 wicket man Darren Stevens have beaten the edge regularly, challenged the batsman all day, and actually these two youngsters called in for the first time this season have really just pulled Middlesex together a bit here, as Milnes is in, bowls, and White dabs up to mid-on defensively. Deep square in place for that bouncer, as well as the long leg. Try and entice White into it. 25 soon, young Robbie White, but only a handful of championship matches to his name, included in that year actually. Richard Johnson took over as coach, now the bowling coach at Surrey. He was interim coach for the rest of that season, and he immediately threw White into the side at the expense of John Simpson that year, which gave him a little run in the side, but he didn't do enough really to grab the chance, and Simpson was back the year after, and I don't think particularly has looked back since that point. As Milnes hits the crease, he bowls, and forward goes White, pushing away into the offside. It's fielded at point, 99 for 4, 2 to go the over. And yes, I'll be making way for Fabian Cowdrey, who has had a very uncomfortable day, really, sat with us, but more so that his uncle Graham's just sat behind him as well. Badgering all of us all day, isn't he? Badgering Kevin Howes by the sounds of it as well on 5 Live Sports Extra.
Keeping him in check.
Yeah, he's not got a great boredom threshold, your uncle, is he, Fabian? Tell us more in a moment. As Milnes has a wide run-up approach on this one. He just angled at his approach at the last minute there, didn't he? Seen Murtagh do that a few times. It's left alone outside of the off-stump by White. Darren Gough used to do it occasionally, didn't he? Just with that late swing out to one side on the run-up and then come back in.
Yeah, trying to create that angle and then swing the ball away from the right-hander and entice the shot.
He's been doing that with the kind of natural approach all day, hasn't he? Coming wide on the crease, yet he still manages to get it away from the right-hander. We noticed, didn't we? And then we were having a chat about it off air in the delay with a few others, how he does hit the crease quite wide, but then angling it away as he does. He is a useful customer, and he comes with that wide approach now, a little bit over-pitched. White going for the drive through to the point fielder. It goes, a little Middlesex party down below as Max Holden, Sam Robson, former England batsman, the captain, Stephen Eskenazi, Martin Anderson, very promising young batsman.
Who's the one committing the fashion crime of sliders and white socks?
Oh, Martin Anderson. Oh, he's the youngster, and he's in good form as well at the moment, so you leave him alone, Ben. A few more words of fashion insults from Ben Watts here on 5 Live Sports Extra and BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London, and it will be Fabian Cowdrey.
I'll leave the fashion and just do the scorecard instead. So overnight, the 1 wicket was Max Holden, caught and bowled by Matt Milnes, who's just been bowling that previous over for 2. So it was 22 for 1, the overnight score, as Grant Stewart in again, clipped off his hip by the debutant Davis down towards fine leg. That in itself was a rather peculiar wicket, because Matt Milnes bowled the delivery, appealed for LBW, caught the ball, and then the umpire stuck a finger up because there was a big inside edge onto the front pad, hence why the LBW wasn't given, and then he was out caught and bowled. So the wickets to fall today: Eskenazi caught behind by Robinson, the bowling of Darren Stevens. That was, as referenced to by Kevin, and Darren Stevens' 800th career wicket, and it was expertly taken as well by Ollie Robinson, diving away in front of first slip. Big gap between him and Sam Billings as his one's just pushed out towards point. Big call coming from the non-striker's end as Milnes was hurried onto the ball. That final single, or the previous single by the way, the 100 up for Middlesex, 100 for 4. The other wickets to fall: Sam Robson caught by Daniel Bell-Drummond off the bowling of Clarkson. Fabian Cowdrey is struggling a bit over there as Stewart comes in again, bowls a very short delivery, and it's a no ball as a result. We appear to have lost our effects mic as well, gents. I don't know if that's if Fabian's managed to unplug that. Kevin's on hand, no pun intended, to try and resolve the situation. So the grey plug that's been unplugged needs to be plugged back into the black one. There we go, FX mic is back. Dot ball, the one we just briefly missed. 102 for 4 Middlesex. So just to wrap up, Robson caught by Bell-Drummond off the bowling of Fred Clarkson, the Netherlands international. That was a full delivery that he just managed to somehow clip to Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket, who took the catch. And then, similar fashion, Martin Anderson, who's been in a good bit of form, a couple of half centuries so far in this competition, he managed to chip a full delivery back towards Clarkson, who took a fairly comfortable caught and bowled chance. The left arm seamer playing in this first Bob Willis Trophy game of the season for Kent. Fabian Cowdrey, are you with us now?
Yes, eventually. Having a bit of a problem there off there, but I'm happy to be back with you, Ben.
COVID-19.
Yeah, COVID-19 protocols that you have to plug in your own headphones, scuppering you there. 3 slips in the gully as Stewart in the sunshine now. Where has this come from? We haven't seen it all day long, or even all weekend long in truth. As Stewart in and bowls. White gets well across and well outside his off stump. He plays that defensively into the covers.
Well, one thing Kent will be happy with is the fact that Middlesex are just trickling along at 2 and over. They've had control throughout the day. Picked up the 3 wickets, 3 big wickets, but Davis and White, since that the fall of the last wicket, fought really hard. They've got through some difficult spells, and they'll both be hoping they can cash in on their starts. White 31, Davis 11.
Grant Stewart once again, number 9 on his back. Tall and broad shoulders. In and bowling an away swinger, which is again nicely played by White, angled down towards the gully. Your second appearance on 5 Live Sports Extra of the day, Fabian. You're on earlier on chatting on about Darren Stevens.
Yeah, always a privilege to talk about Darren Stevens. Joining the 800 club. I can't imagine there are too many people in the world of cricket who have managed to get to that mark. Incredible achievement from an amazingly skillful bowler, skillful performer.
I feel like that's all I do on social media, just talk about Darren Stevens most of the time. Here comes Stewart again. Back goes White. He says no, sends Davis scampering back as Matt Milnes picked the ball up and threatened to shy at the stumps at the bowler's end, as it was no such problem. Harry Podmore is lurking on the boundary's edge to presumably bring out the hand sanitizer. He's got the gloves on and yellow bib. Not playing in this game, the former Middlesex man. I think the umpire has just turned him away, and anyhow we're going to continue. Milnes is going to bowl from the Nackington Road end.
He started well after the break, Matt Milnes. Good pace. A couple of short balls that we haven't seen from him throughout the day, but certainly in his most recent spell. Deep square leg. Has been pushed back just in case he wants to go upstairs and push Davis onto the back foot. 11 off 51 for Davis, who's on strike. 4 slips in place. Milnes round the wicket, Yorker. A good ball as well. That was dug out to Darren Stevens at mid-on. Good ploy from Matt Milnes to come round the wicket and attack the stumps. 102 for 4. Beautiful sunshine. Clear blue skies. If only it was like this 3 hours ago.
Honestly, we haven't seen it all weekend. Blue sky. It's been blanket grey, cloud overhead. Occasionally, I think it was around lunchtime, wasn't it? The sun was just threatening to poke through, but after that the clouds rolled in and we had more monsoon weather.
Milnes round the wicket. Pushed into the offside. They'll scamper through for 1. Kadri can't get round in time to cut it off, and they do make it through. 103 for 4. There'll be a shuffle in the field as the left-hander returns to the non-striker's end, and White, 31 of 111 balls, returns to strike.
Admittedly, the weather wasn't as bad as it was yesterday, Kevin Hand, who sat at the back of the box, because we had, from the middle, there was effectively the River St Lawrence. We had a stream, an entire river, down towards the Lime Tree Cafe, which had been created by the amount of rain we had. Wasn't quite as bad as that today. As a result, we're back on and playing a little bit of cricket with Middlesex 103 for 4.
Milnes over the wicket to White. Play and miss outside the off stump. Dangled the carrot wide outside the off stump from full of a length, and through to Ollie Robinson it goes. Good bit of bowling. I imagine Matt Milnes will now try and look to attack the stumps. He's held the ball outside the off stump. White was very happy to try and drive that through the covers. On that occasion didn't get any of it. 103 for 4.
Adam Williams on Twitter just correcting me about the other topics I like to tweet about. The other loves in my life / football teams I cover. But we can mention that another time. For now, just Darren Stevens will do.
The day of Darren. Here is Matt Milnes. Blocked into the offside. A good diving stop by Kadri at point means no runs will go to Middlesex. Good bit of fielding. He looks a good fielder, Kadri.
Yeah,
Billings certainly backs him, puts him in that point position.
He's a lively character. And like you say, very switched on often there's a lack of intensity about fielding in 4-day cricket. Hamidullah Qadri is not such an individual. Wholehearted when it comes to his efforts at backward point.
I certainly look forward to watching him have a bowl. Here is Milnes over the wicket, left alone outside the off stump, and that really didn't get through to Robinson at all. Just died in the surface.
Yeah, conditions haven't really dictated the need for any spin thus far in this game. It was swinging around even when the ball was a good 30 overs old still earlier on, and because we had the cloud cover, Kent plenty of seam bowlers in their attack. No need to turn to the spin of either Hamidullah Qadri, the former Derbyshire man, or Marcus O'Riordan, one of the younger academy players that's in the side, or previously of the academy. He's now 22 years of age.
Former Tunbridge School, Marcus O'Riordan. Here is Matt Milnes over the wicket on the stumps and blocked out to Joe Denley at mid-off. 103 for 4, a good over from Matt Milnes, who seems to have his tail up. He's bowling with good pace. A couple of short balls thrown in there, and certainly be looking to bowl in partnerships with Grant Stewart, who has also bowled really well. 11 overs for 19 for Stewart, and 20 overs that have just gone for 39 for Matt Milnes.
9 overs remaining. We're going to have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a moment, so forgive me for a brief interlude if I break off. Just seeing a piece of kit being brought out. I think it's just Matt Milnes' hat. Ollie Robinson kindly collected it for him. I'll be shocked if we don't see any Darren Stevens before the end of the day's play. Did you see him doing a little kick out, but I haven't seen a real genuine warm up from him as yet. Stewart's continuing. This is his 12th over. This is well down the leg side. Batsman Davis doesn't even bother trying to play for it. 11.1 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19, Grant Stewart. Unfortunate though not to perhaps something in the wickets column with the amount of times that he beat the bat earlier on in the day. He's in again. That update's on the way. Well, we have some sunshine to bring you, which is certainly something we haven't seen all weekend here at Canterbury. Middlesex 103 for 4 in the 54th over of their innings. We only had 9.3 of those on day one due to rain and bad light. Similar picture here in the afternoon. That stopped us from making any real progress after Kent had taken 3 wickets in the morning session, but this Middlesex partnership at the moment just halting them from any further in the wicket column in this 16 over period that we're playing just before the end of the day. Grant Stewart and Matt Milnes in tandem at the moment, with White there unbeaten on 31 for Middlesex. Commentary is available via the BBC Sports app and the website, with Middlesex 103 for 4. So 3 dot balls so far in this over from Grant Stewart as Davis on 12 faces up to this next delivery, dug in short and well over his head. Kent have chucked in a odd shorter ball in the this session since we've resumed play. They've got the man out of deep square and at fine leg, but no real interest from these two batsmen.
Well, I'd suggest it's not the best ploy for the Kent fast bowlers. It's certainly still doing enough at that full of a length.
Darren Stevens just shaking off his bowling wrist as this one's tucked away by the left-handed Davis into the onside for a single. Just rolled over that shoulder slightly. Surely he's going to have a bowl before the close.
104 for 4. It's just gone 6 p.m. Handful of overs left, and a big spell of play in this fixture. You just think if Kent can get a couple of wickets, they'll be right into it. And Middlesex, on the contrary, if they can end the day's play with just 4 wickets down, it would have been a success in many ways.
3 slips in a gully as Grant Stewart is in. Defended back down the pitch. I'll just turn down the music that's currently in your headphones, Fabian.
One thing it's taught me is...
What is the music?
It's a great song. Kitschy Kitschy Ya Ya.
I don't think that's the song title. It's the original version though. It's just... my colleague Ronnie in the BBC Radio Kent studios taken it out of our ears.
It's taught me how to multitask, that's for sure, trying to commentate and listen to songs like that at the same time. It's
Harry Podmore is back
skill.
again. He's bringing out the alcohol hand gel. He must have been an over early when he previously tried to come on.
It's been the highlight of his day though, Harry Podmore. To be fair.
As Kevin Ham pointed out earlier on, he's very enthusiastic about his role when he's not playing, as much as he would like to be.
I never actually played with Harry Podmore, but I've heard from everyone who's come across him or played with him that he's a really good character and someone you want in your dressing room.
Yeah, he's a nice lad. Him and Matt Milnes, good mates, joined at the same time, one from Middlesex, one from Nottinghamshire, and have done really well from Kent's point of view and from their point of view. Both took 50 championship wickets last year as Kent impressed and achieved over expectations really of what many a general cricket fan of the county game might have expected from them coming up from Division 2. Here's that man, by the way, the 44-year-old Darren Stevens, just replacing his marker where he's going to run in from the Nackington Road end. So a 4-over spell on the way for him.
Ollie Robinson has taken 12 steps up from where he was standing to Matt Milnes. He's almost next to the stumps, but still not standing up. But yeah, 3 slips in. Point. Daniel Bell Drummond at cover, Joe Denley at mid-off, Matt Milnes, who's just finished his bowling spell at mid-on. And here is Darren Stevens for the first ball of his 16th over, blocked into the offside, full of a length on the money as expected. If you're just tuning in, Darren Stevens passed the 800 wicket mark in his professional career, quite staggering achievement. Not only a representation of his skill, but his longevity to stay fit over such a long period of time. And bear in mind, he also bats at 5, 6 and 7, so he has a job to do in that department as well. Staggering. Stevens in, blocked into the leg side. Full of a length again, dot ball. Davis 13 off 60 balls. White 31 off 116 balls. It's been stubborn stuff, but they've had to cope with some decent deliveries, some good spells, and some challenging stuff around the off stump for sure. Darren Stevens in, down the leg side on that occasion. Robinson gets a glove to it, but can't stop it, and it will run away for 4 leg byes. So on that occasion, not quite on the money. 108 for 4.
Yeah, a rare moment when the Darren Stevens radar not quite there.
Billings just shining the ball as he picks it up from the boundary here at the Pavilion Road end, Pavilion end even. Beautiful sunshine. The floodlights are still on, which is a bit confusing considering the amount of light we have. Stevens at the top of his mark, running in from the Nackington Road end, right arm over the wicket, left alone outside the off stump. Davis no interest in playing a balls so far outside the line of his off stump. One eye at the close of play now for these two batters. Sam Billings very vocal at first slip, trying to cheer his men on. Let's go halfway, boys. Try and get five wickets tonight. Here is Stevens, blocked into the leg side. Another dot ball full of a length. Stump to stump is Stevens. You know as a batsman, if you lose your head position, you fall over slightly towards the line of off stump, and it brings in the LBW, but you also know that Stevens has the capability to nip the ball away from you and challenge the outside edge of your bat as well. Or a test of your character as well as your skill. It looks out, it's full, it's straight, and he has fallen over towards the offside, and he's paid the price. LBW, 108 for 5. Stevens challenging the inside and the outside edge of your bat, and on that occasion it missed both. Plumb in front.
Darren Stevens doing what Darren Stevens does, and just practicing that socially distant celebration that Kent have, well, seem to be trying to make a thing when they normally would stand around and high five and bump fists. They're now giving each other a little kick, almost a low 5, but with their feet instead. So Stevens the man that gets the breakthrough, and in truth it was a really excellent effort from young Davis on debut for Middlesex. 13 off 64 balls, dug in during a difficult period earlier on in the day when the conditions very much favoured the bowlers, but this resistance, this partnership, which has been worth 40 runs, comes to an end, and it's that man. 801 now for Darren Stevens, career wickets for the 44-year-old, that just his powers of being able to outfox and whittle out county batsmen show no signs that they're going to end.
Oh, showing a wealth of experience as well. He hung the ball outside the off stump and brought the batter's eye line across, and then nipped the ball back towards his pads, and that was good enough to see the back of him. 108 for 5. Stevens with figures of 16 overs, 2 for 24, at a run rate of just 1.5. He's been absolutely brilliant again.
Hello, Fabian.
Hello.
You had some fun. Apologies to listeners on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London, 5 Live Sports Extra. A brief interlude there. Well done, Kevin House, for picking up the mantle with a slight technical problem. Ben Watts is off to dish out some severe tongue lashings. I couldn't imagine Ben giving anyone a tongue lashing, actually, could you?
No, not sure I could.
He's too nice, isn't he?
Here is Grant Stewart, continuing 3 slips in the gully, full of a length punch down the ground. Stewart takes that dot ball, 108 for 5.
When did you last get a tongue lashing, Ben? Fabian?
From Ben?
From Ben. About 5 minutes before we went on air.
I don't know, probably 15 minutes ago.
Was that your uncle?
He does serve them up.
Graham's behind you.
Yeah, well, Uncle does love a trick or two.
He's been a right nuisance today, hasn't he? Kept us company though, Graham Cowdrey.
Grant Stewart in again. Punch down the ground. Full length from Stewart, another dot ball.
Who was your tongue lashing skipper that you had? Who?
God, to be fair, my first captain, Rob Key. Yeah,
Did he hand it out?
He did. He enjoyed it. He was
enjoyed it. Oh, nice.
Don't know what you're getting at here. No, he was very funny. He loved a practical joke. I remember on my first tour to Antigua, he realised that I liked singing. I'll carry on more on that story in a second. Grant Stewart's in with 3 slips in the gully, blocked into the offside to Joe Denley. My first tour to Antigua, and I loved to sing, and he knew all about that. And he decided that as a young player he'd take advantage of my youth in many ways and asked me to go and sing for the whole hotel. Grenade by Bruno Mars. I don't know if you've heard the song. Anyway, there are about 100...
Oh, you can fill us in though, go on. How does it go?
Oh, I'm not sure I'm going to do it live on air. Anyway, 100 stunned hotel guests. Here is Grant Stewart again, 3 slips. Short ball, left alone. 100 stunned hotel guests saw my and listened to my version of Grenade by Bruno Mars, and he said that if I didn't sing it, then I wouldn't get a bat the following day. And as a young, very enthusiastic batsman trying to make his way, that was enough to get me on the mic. And he introduced me as Lord Cowdrey III. I was petrified, and so were the shocked listeners in the hotel. They had to listen to me sing for 3.5 minutes. Grant Stewart in again, right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end, blocked into the offside, straight a point, dot ball.
Yeah, he was. He's always been a character, Rocky, hasn't he? And he was always good to us, wasn't he? When he was here at Kent, he was always great with the interviews afterwards. Relays the game well. Obviously, a media broadcaster now as well.
Well, I've got to say he has the finest cricket brain that I've ever had the honour of playing with. He just understood the tactical side of the game better than anyone I've ever played with. And as a young player, listening to him in the team talks and about the strategies, blocked into the offside again, dot ball. Listening to him talk about the strategies and how he was going to get batsmen out and the way that he was going to go about batting on certain wickets. It was incredibly interesting stuff, and you only have to tune in and listen to him with his media stuff now and broadcast to hear the incredible cricketing brain and cricketing knowledge that he has. made an over.
So he wasn't old school then, he wasn't hard lashes and, you know, I mean, it's probably moved on a bit now, cricket, hasn't it? But a lot that are probably coming to their end now, like Terence Stevens, the dressing rooms that he would have begun in.
For sure.
It was hard schooling, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think there's always a hierarchy, whether you're starting now or you're starting then, to be honest, and you have to...
Not to the same levels, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are certain things that... There's certain things that happened in the past that just wouldn't happen now, for sure.
Here is Stevens, right arm over the wicket, left-handed. Simpson awaits, and down the track he comes. He's beaten. He was just looking to use his feet to negate that movement of Stevens, but boom, off the seam, across the left-hander, through to the gloves. It goes of Robinson. 3 slips in place, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. It's a terrible, terrible shame here. We have watched grey skies for 5 sessions of this game. Those grey skies have robbed us of quite a fair bit of play. Only 57th over of the match now. Floodlights on, but clear blue skies above us. As Stevens is in, he bowls, and that's clipped away by Simpson through mid-wicket. He'll get a couple here. Mid-on's giving chase, and he's back for the second. Simpson's off the mark. Second ball, 110 for 5. But yes, in 14 minutes or so, or 5.4 overs, these players are going to make their way off with the best conditions of the match so far, which is just a terrible shame. I did see it 5:30 when they said, when they announced 5:30 with 16 overs to go. It occurred to me, we're going to go off at 6:30 thinking, how are we still not playing cricket, at least for half an hour more in a game that's been robbed of so much time. But that's the way it works sometimes, isn't it?
Yes, it can be a strange game sometimes. 110 for 5. Simpson 2 from just 2 deliveries. Stevens has already bowled him a beauty that slanted across him through to Robinson. He's just playing a few mind games with the field as well.
So Middlesex is number 1 and number 2 in terms of the gloves out there at the moment, Simpson and White. He's had to wait a long time, Robbie White, for his chances. He stands at the non-striker's end on 31. As Stevens is in, bowls, and Simpson solidly forward, defending back up the track. 2 for 26, Stevens. Middlesex winning that opening game at Surrey, defeat against Hampshire at home at Radlett last week. In a really good match over 4 days, low scoring game, finished just after lunch on the 4th day. Kent with that amazing victory, which really grabbed the headlines against Sussex, a record win. As in comes Stevens, bowls, and forward goes Simpson, turning into the onside. Mid-wicket collecting after again another thriller in the first round against Essex, which Essex came out on top, and they're 2 from 2 in this South group of the Bob Willis Trophy.
There's been some brilliant cricket on so far this season. The cricket that we have got has been very interesting. All sides going after the victories and not holding back.
Stevens bowls, and Simpson looks to clip into the onside. No, the cry from the non-striker's end. So Robinson behind the stumps comes around and collects. 110 for 5, and 1 to come of this over from Stevens, and then just 5 more today. There's a chance with the full 2 days, a very good chance to say with the full 2 days, but we might lose a little bit more time over the next 2 days. But it is a match that's moving on, isn't it? Middlesex are 5 down. Haven't got a long way with the bat with that 110 as Stevens is in. He bowled outside of the off stump and through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. 110 for 5. White will have strike on 31, but there is a chance that this game could move at a pace, because there's always been that little bit of nip out there for the bowlers. Stevens extracting it. His rival at Middlesex in age, Tim Merter's rested for this one at 39 years of age. They've given him a break. Yeah, there's still some mean bowlers. Yeah,
they don't seem to give Darren Stevens much of a break in the longer format, but to be fair, he's such a simple action. It doesn't take a lot out of his body. And the physios at Kent make sure that he recovers incredibly well. He's straight in the ice bath at the end of the game, doing his stretching for about 20 minutes to half an hour as soon as play finishes usually. And of course they look after him. He might be 44, but his skill is exactly what Kent need, and what he provides for this young bowling attack is a wealth of experience. And talking about a young bowling attack, Frederick Klaassen will take up the reins at the pavilion end.
Got those 2 extraordinary wickets earlier, didn't he? Sam Robson and Martin Anderson, young batsman who's excellent on the drive, started the season very well. Both of them just clipped balls back up, caught and bowled, and 1 caught at mid-wickets. I mean, you'd say the ball had stopped on most occasions, but it was just shot error, I think, from both batsmen.
Yeah, they fell into the trap, really, didn't they? Just playing the ball slightly early and just chipping it up to the fielders in front of the wicket. Robson, who got a start as well, will be very disappointed with that. Down the leg side from Klaassen to start his spell. 31 off 123 balls for White. An important innings. Of course, Middlesex will need him to go on and get something substantial. 75 plus score from White will help Middlesex set up a first innings total. The Kent fielders are loud and getting right behind Klaassen here as they seek their 6th wicket. Full of a length, whipped into the leg side. Daniel Bell-Drummond runs round to his right and stops any chance of a single. Just gone 20 past 6. And I agree, it is strange that we're going to have to walk off, or the players are going to have to walk off the park in beautiful sunshine.
Well, even stranger, you know, with the last game standing today, glorious sunshine, we could easily have gone on for another hour, couldn't we? And so often we do go on to nearly 7:30 in a county game when the over rate's getting slow.
Klaassen in, left arm over the wicket, full of the length, blocked into the offside to Joe Denley, no run.
Oh, we're making up overs today as well. It was 98 overs today rather than the 90 per day for the Bob Willis Trophy this year, a reduced daily rate for bowler workloads and so on, but even with the overs we're making up, still only managing the 16 tonight, but they'll make up a few more tomorrow, so let's hope the weather gods are kind.
Here is Klaassen, left arm over the wicket, full of a length, well, just back of a length actually, and beautifully played by White, who cuts that behind square for 4. Wonderful shot, just a tiny bit of width on offer, and he's waited for the ball to get right under his eyes and slap that just behind point for 4. 114 for 5.
Yeah, that first match of the season went against Kent in what was a thrilling game really with Essex, wasn't it? And then a massive win against Sussex last week, and they made a solid start here against Middlesex. Their prospects for the Bob Willis Trophy, I mean obviously right now it's catch Essex first, because you have to finish top of your group, but you also have to finish with a better points return than one of the other groups, because one of the group winners will not make that final in the 3 group stages.
Here's Klaassen, blocked into the leg side, dot ball. Yeah, Essex have just been formidable in the longer format for a while now, haven't they? Simon Harmer and his men. Talking about Simon Harmer, what a player, what a revelation he has been for Essex. Some would have wished that he could have somehow transferred into English colours, but sadly that won't happen.
Last game of the group for Essex is Middlesex at Chelmsford, but that's a little bit further down the line after a blast of the T20 blast.
Klaassen in, down the leg side again through to Robinson, dot ball.
So yeah, I'll look forward to that. Look forward to that trip, Middlesex, but will they still be in with a chance? I mean, they've got off to such a good start. Essex 2 from 2. It is really catch up in this 5-game group, isn't it? So both of these sides are 1 from 1, so put a win on the board in this one, but whoever doesn't win this one, all of a sudden it's a long shot really to be challenging at the end of the 5 games.
Well, it will certainly make for a very interesting day 3 and day 4, both sides going heather and tongue at each other.
There is that, if this one does have a chance that maybe there's a declaration here or there, because both will know they need the win. Stevens is in, he bowls, and Simpson pushes to point. There's no run, 114 for 5. In the first game of the season when Middlesex played Surrey, it was the only game in that round where the 120 cut-off came into play really. At the end of the first innings, for those who aren't familiar with the Bob Willis Trophy just yet, that at the end of 120 overs the first innings is declared closed. I think Warwickshire went to 120 overs, but whoever they were playing in that round, the opposition weren't, so it wasn't really a tactic, whereas in that Surrey game it was, as Stevens is in, bowls, and forward goes Simpson defending into the onside, and there's no run. Surrey, for example, on that second morning, didn't take the second new ball at 90 overs, and didn't take it at all, because with the innings closing at 120, Surrey decided, well actually this new ball could go pretty quickly, Middlesex have got wickets in hand, they're going to hit out, and Gubbins, who made 192, actually was trying to hit out, they just couldn't, because it was a bit of a slow surface, so they didn't take the new ball, and bowled with the old ball all the way through to the end of the 120. As here is Stevens again, bowls, and Simpson just about traps the bat down on that one. It squirts along the floor to point.
I was listening to Stephen Finn talk about, on television, talk about how happy he was that in the first innings it is cut at 120 overs and how that would reduce his workload, and how bowlers across the country are really happy at that result. Yeah,
you bet. Here goes Stevens, he's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed into the onside, and there's no run. 114 for 5. The sad punchline for that story for Stephen Finn, though.
He's not playing.
He hasn't played a game yet.
Yeah.
He was in the squad for this one. Toby Rowland-Jones, who got those, well, made a big impression, didn't he, against South Africa in the Test, but has had some injury problems, just slight shoulder problem at the start of this season, so I think they've just held him back. But yet to see those two big names, Middlesex so far, as Stevens is in, bowls, and forward goes Simpson, and there is no run. I think with Finn, in this season where they're rotating the bowlers, Finn's gone so well in T20 cricket in recent years that he's going to play every single T20, but that's going to come at the expense probably of then other guys who aren't going to play so much T20 getting their chance in the Bob Willis Trophy, and it's just an unfortunate season for players, isn't it?
Well, watching Stephen Finn bowl at lunch, he is here with the lads at Canterbury. He was bowling with the white ball, so that would suggest that they are preparing him for that.
Stevens, short mid-wicket now for Simpson. He's forward defending to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. 2 to go today on 5 Live Sports Extra. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London here at Canterbury. Another maiden over for Stevens. 2 for 26, 7 maidens from 18 for him. Ben Watts, myself, Kevin Hand and Fabian Cowdrey with the commentary. Middlesex are 114 for 5, having been put in yesterday morning by Kent, but a heavily rain-affected match so far. Simpson has 2, White has 35, a couple of overs from us, and then it'll be back to, or 3 overs from us indeed, it'll be back to Kevin Howes, who'll wrap up the scores from elsewhere today.
Clarkson into the stubborn White, who's right in behind that, blocks it into the offside dot ball. He has 35 from 129 balls. He's been really impressive. He's fought hard when wickets have been falling around him.
Just going to go to that. You know, you said stubborn, and that's exactly the word. He's quite a compact player, isn't he? Turns 25 in September, an Ealing lad. But he's only played 16 first-class games, 150 in 23 innings, an average of 12. But he's been so highly regarded through the ranks at Middlesex, it's unreal.
Clarkson to White, blocked into the offside once again, dot ball, and I think it's just that one score. He needs that 75 plus score, maybe 100, just to give him the confidence that he belongs at this level. I think I mentioned earlier to the listeners about what Rob Key said to us as a crop of young players going into the Kent dressing room. If you can get that one score of 100 plus early on, it really does set you up, and I think that's what he needs. White just needs that confidence that he belongs. 114 for 5, here is Clarkson. White trying to see out to the end of the play. Blocked into the offside again.
Well, there was a horrible one for Rob White a couple of years ago at Lord's. You know, everything's everywhere on social media now, isn't it? Sometimes it'd be great in elevating you, but equally on other occasions, he was a young batsman. Whether it was his debut, but it was certainly one of his very early games. Maybe he hadn't been seen for a while. Okay, it was his early game that season. Left alone, off stump, first ball out of the ground, spiralling backwards, and you know, it went around, used actually by the county championship Twitter feed.
Clarkson in, blocked into the leg side to Daniel Bell-Drummond, another dot ball.
With whatever the funny line was on the top, which is all great, but also for a young man, that could have knocked him. You know, that could have knocked confidence.
Yeah.
He was the butt of the joke that round, and you know, it will knock you as a young man. I mean, like you say, you haven't got that score yet.
Yeah.
And you've gone first ball, off stump, spiralling out of the ground, and everybody's laughing at it on social media.
Well, there's nowhere to hide in professional sport,
This is
particularly
true.
when your statistics are being picked apart and you're the butt of a joke on social media. Tricky. Blocked into the offside, full of a length from Clarkson, another dot ball.
I think it was something to do with who the sponsor of the county championship was at the time. So, yes, having his eyesight tested was, I think, the
Yeah. Well,
something along the lines of the joke. But
well,
yeah, I mean, honestly, since an early age, he's been highly regarded. But you know, someone, I won't say who it was, from only a couple of years ago, really said this guy has got the ability that he could go all the way for England.
Clarkson to White, full of a length, blocked into the offside once again. So that completes a very, very tight over from Clarkson, a maiden over, 9 overs, 2 for 18 with 3 maidens for him at an economy of just 2 and over. So Kent have had control throughout the day. Be an interesting morning session tomorrow.
And this is a cracking innings from here, 35, and all of what we've just said though, that, I mean, here it could be a big 50, that might be enough, because a big 50 here would be worth a fantastic century on many other grounds and days. So it could be that, but that big score for him, that big innings needs to come soon, and well, hopefully for him, it's just that. Max Holden walking down below us, who's another young prospect, has gone well at the start of the season for Middlesex. I said that to Stuart Law last night, said yeah, but he hasn't got that big score yet this season. Here's Stevens, he's in, bowls down the leg side, good take. Rolling to his right hand side. But Robinson, yeah, he hasn't got that big score yet. I was thinking, oh, it's tough. Start of the season, we've delayed. He got into the 40s in both innings at the Oval. He got into the 30s twice last week.
It's interesting because if you get out for 0 to 10, you accept the fact that you just didn't get in. You didn't give yourself the best chance to go on and score big runs. But if you get to 40, 50 and get out, that's when you really start hating yourself as a batter.
Stevens bowls and driven away by Simpson, wide of mid-off. Pick up a couple here. Fielder's just grabbed it on the boundary. They'll think about a third, but it's not there. Holden, he scored 36 and 26 against Hampshire and 48 and 43. But you know, top of the order, you come into this funny old season. It was a bowling pitch at Radlett last week. It was a bit of a slow one. But in fact, at the Oval, it wasn't only a slow one, but it was a new ball pitch. So actually, the new ball, it was doing quite nicely, but then once the new ball was done, it just died. So he had the really tough time of it at the top and got those scores. Stevens sets off once more. Bowls and Simpson forward, dabs into the onside, short mid-wicket fields. There's no run. I
think sometimes when you look at a scorecard, it's easy to undervalue the top order and their gritty 30s and 40s that they get to allow the middle order to come in and express themselves, you know. And someone like a Max Holden's clearly, you know, got some starts, and people will say, why, like me on air, will say, why has he not gone on and got 100? But yeah, he's played 4 crucial innings.
He has. And then the man at the other end is Sam Robson, who's struggling for a run, former Test opener for England. There's a lovely shot from Simpson, and this time he gets it past mid-off for 4. It was a desperate dive at mid-off just to see if he could get a hand to it and block that one off and slow it up, because off the bat, if that beat the infield, it was going to go all the way. Lovely, strong, solid bottom hand, doesn't he, Simpson, on his drive. Very much influenced, I think, by his love of golf with that last little impact on the ball to go through. It's a quite distinctive shot. The John Simpson drive. He's on to 8. Middlesex are 120 for 5. Yeah, Robson at the other end, 7 and 31 against Surrey and Norton 21 against Hampshire, and then here just 36 again. He batted yesterday, leaden skies. This morning it was beautiful bowling conditions for the likes of Milnes and this man Stevens, who's in now. He bowls and Simpson leaves alone. Through to the keeper, it passes. 120 for 5. One to come of this over, and then one more over this evening here on day 2 at Canterbury.
Yeah, last ball for Darren Stevens of the day. I just want Simpson to make a decision around his off stump. You don't want batsmen leaving the ball too much around the close of play. So what you want to do as a batter is just watch the ball go into the keeper's gloves and walk down the pitch, and then finish the over and get on with it. I think Darren Stevens will take a bit of time before he bowls his final delivery. A few mind games being played here by Sam Billings. There is now a leg gully in place, which is interesting. I'm not sure how the ball's going to go there, but we'll wait and see.
He's toed and froed with him as well, isn't he? It went leg slip, leg gully. He's back to leg slip now. Now look, where's he off to? He's off to short mid-wicket, and he's swapping. No, stop it. They're full on trying to play every game here with Simpson, aren't they? Clarkson settles at leg slip where he was first sent to. Short mid-wicket, Bell Drummond remains where he is, and Stevens is in, bowl, Simpson edging along the floor past third slip and down to the vacant third man. Deep backward point comes around to collect. They have 2 more, 122 for 5. Stevens 2 for 34 from his 19 now. Simpson's on to 10. White will have the strike on 35. The other big talking point from this game, really, of course, just mentioning those top order batsmen for Middlesex, is Nick Gubbins, who's had a belting start to the season, 192 and 60 in that game. At the Oval in a victory against Surrey in the first round, and again on a new ball pitch as well. Up at the top of the order, he got 46 last week against Hampshire as well, but missing this game as a precaution because of the test and traced scheme, where he was in the vicinity of somebody who maybe had or was showing symptoms of COVID-19, so he's had to sit out this game. And Cox for Kent, of course, as well, was very, very unlucky, and the incredibly unlucky mistake he made in the world we live in at the moment, having a photo with a young child after he scored his big runs.
Clarkson in on the stumps, blocked into the offside dot ball, and both men in form. Gubbins in form for Middlesex, Cox in form for Kent, both of them missing out. So what a coincidence that is.
Heart really goes out to Cox, it really does. You know, he's a young man, he's just full of elation, full of emotion. He's done that, someone's asked for a photo, and
that's it, that's all we have to do right now.
And he misses the game. And Gubbins, again, out of his control, really. He happened to be in contact with somebody who may have had it.
Clarkson in. Long half volley on that occasion, punched through the offside. There is a deep deep point out there in the wilderness, who throws the ball in over the stumps to Robinson. And they just get through for 1. White 36 of 136 balls. Simpson now on strike. I'm sure White will be very happy just to sit on his back for the bat for the next few deliveries.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Gubbins was watching this game on the live stream or listening to us, he might have looked at or heard about those grey skies and thought, actually, you know what, it's not a bad one to miss. Top order batsman. I mean, Milnes and Stevens were devastating this morning, and Milnes certainly has grabbed some attention, hasn't he?
Certainly has. What a talent he is. Good pace, good skill. And over the last 3 or 4 years that I've watched him bowl, his consistency has gone through the roof. So an exciting prospect. Here is Frederick Klaasen, full of a length, blocked into the offside to Daniel Bell-Drummond. At cover, dot ball. Klaasen just has to make Simpson play. The left-handed Simpson. Of course, an absolutely outstanding keeper. Ben Foakes and Simpson, I would say, are the best 2 keepers in the country for me. Here is Klaasen. 123 for 5 Middlesex. Final over of day 2, left alone outside the off stump. Poor bowling on that occasion, has to try and make him play. Robinson behind the stumps. He's had a pretty good day. He's been quiet, and that's what you want as a keeper.
And on that note, I'm in trouble. I don't know if Nick Gubbins is listening, but Tom Helmis, he told me off because I said it was Sam Billings with the glove a minute ago. Of course it's not. Billings is up at mid-off, but good that you're listening, Tom. Rotated out for this one. Good to have you with us. He'll be playing a fair bit of that T20 as well, which it won't come as any crump of comfort for him now.
Klaasen in. Nick! And a wonderful catch by Robinson behind the stumps, diving in front of Sam Billings at first slip. And that is a big wicket at the close of day 2. Simpson is disappointed, but that was a good bit of bowling. Caught Robinson, bowled Klaasen, and that will be the end of day 2, I'm sure.
And what a way to finish it for Kent. It was a stunning catch, wasn't it? Absolutely stunning catch, low to his left, just in front of slip. We've seen a couple that have fallen short of slip today, and one that fell short in that instance of the keeper as well earlier today as well, when White and Davis both offered chances early on. White's still there at the other end on 36, isn't he? But Simpson, yeah, drags himself off. It's just been that day, really, for the Kent bowlers. They've made the most of it, and actually it could have been worse for Middlesex because that ball was finding the edge. It was beating the edge. The LBW appeals today. Sam Robson survived a really big appeal at one point, didn't he? That all of us looked at each other on the replay and thought he's done well to survive that one. So it could have been a lot worse, actually. 123 for 6, but equally for Kent, you know, they'll be really buoyed to have picked up that wicket just before the close.
We were just talking about Ollie Robinson. He's another one that everyone needs to keep their eye on.
Who needs Sam Billings with the gloves?
Yeah, Sam Billings at first slip, shepherding the troops through the day, but Ollie Robinson with an absolute blinder to finish off day 2 here in this sun. Would you believe it? We're walking off.
I know, it's a terrible scene. We said it was going to happen, didn't we? Fabian Cowdery, thanks very much. You're going to be back with us on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Kent tomorrow. Thanks to Ben Watts, our host for this game as well. So stumps here on day 2, 123 for 6 Middlesex. Online, we'll be back in the morning. Right now, we're back to Kevin Howells on 5 Live Sports Extra.